Chapter 21. By the Lake. Uncle Yuan leaned against the willow tree, resting with his eyes closed. Next to him, a bonfire was burning. Qin Feiyang ran all the way back. Seeing that Uncle Yuan was resting, he put down the Chan Shui and Qiankun bag and entered the lake quietly to wash the blood on his body. What a strong smell of blood! Since the poison of the evil spirit pill was removed, this child has not stopped for a day. He is also getting stronger day by day. Uncle Yuan opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang in the lake, muttering to himself. There was a trace of a smile in his eyes. He closed his eyes again and continued to rest. Awesome! Qin Feiyang floated to the surface. The cool lake water penetrated all the cells in his body. He felt refreshed and comfortable. He quickly went ashore, changed into clean clothes, then sat by the bonfire and began to count the spoils of war this time. Gold coins, 3,000. Healing elixirs, 50. Bone extending elixirs, 50. Body tempering elixirs, 300. Qi gathering elixirs, 80. All kinds of weapons, such as sabers, spears, swords, halberds, a total of more than 30. This was all the savings of the Black Demon stronghold over the years. Looking at the treasures in front of him, Qin Feiyang was elated. If it was 5 years ago, he would definitely not take it seriously. But today was different. To the current him, this pile of treasures was simply a treasure trove. Phew! He took a few deep breaths, calmed down his agitated mood, put all the treasures into the Qiankun bag, then sat cross-legged and began to break through to 9-star martial artist. Time flew. Early morning. The air was exceptionally fresh. The weather was also exceptionally cool. Early in the morning, some hunters walked out of Iron Ox Town and went deep into the mountains to hunt. The pit was the only way to go. Therefore, Chao Lang and Bao Chuan were soon discovered and the news quickly spread in Iron Ox Town. There was no suspense. It caused a huge uproar. In less than a few hundred breaths, a sea of people gathered around the pit. Get out of the way! There was a cold shout. The crowd parted. Ma Hongmei walked to the pit and looked at Bao Chuan and sighed with a gloomy face. After a while, another middle-aged man came to the pit. He wore a purple robe, his black hair draped over his shoulders, and his spirited eyes emitted strands of astonishing cold light. This person was the martial arts hall master. Even the hall master had come personally. It was evident that Chao Lang was highly regarded in the martial arts hall. Ma Hongmei, how do you explain this? The martial arts hall master raised his head and looked at Ma Hongmei with an overbearing gaze. What do you mean? Ma Hongmei frowned. The martial arts hall master said, Just now, I asked the guards, and they told me that your disciple, Bao Chuan, went to the martial arts hall to look for Chao Lang. Now, they died together. Do you dare to say that this has nothing to do with you? Ma Hongmei's pupils contracted. She lowered her head and said nothing. Elder Ma, Palace Master, we've discovered another corpse next to the rock over there. At this moment, a few hunters ran over, panting. The martial arts hall master asked, Who is it? They seemed to be from the Black Demon stronghold. One of them said anxiously. Ma Hongmei's body trembled, and she hurriedly ran towards the big rock. The martial arts hall master's eyes flickered as he quickly followed. Xiang Wu. When she arrived beside the big rock and saw the corpse, Ma Hongmei couldn't help but change her expression. The martial arts hall master carefully sized up the corpse and frowned slightly. He said, The knife wound on his back is exactly the same as the knife wound on Chao Lang and Bao Chuan's chest. It should be caused by a dagger. Could it be him? Impossible. Chao Lang said it himself last night that he had killed him. Ma Hongmei muttered to herself, and her eyes were filled with shock. Who are you talking about? The martial arts hall master looked at Ma Hongmei and asked. Ma Hongmei said, Qin Feiyang. The martial arts hall master said, Tell me the details. After Ma Hongmei finished, the martial arts hall master muttered to himself and muttered. He dared to set fire to the Black Demon stronghold. This kid is definitely not as simple as he looks. It seems that I have to confirm whether he is dead or not. Whoosh! He took a step into the forest and quickly disappeared. After hesitating for a moment, Ma Hongmei followed him. Qin Feiyang was a thorn in her heart. If she didn't remove it, she wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Therefore, she had to verify it herself. At the same time, in the Lin clan's meeting hall, Lin Bailey held a teacup and asked, Uncle Lin, how do you think Chao Lang, Bao Chuan, and Xiang Wu died? Let's not talk about Bao Chuan first because he is only a 9-star martial artist. Chao Lang and Xiang Wu are both 1-star martial artists. There are less than 10 people in the Iron Ox town who have the ability to kill them. However, I don't dare to make a conclusion as to who it is. The head of the Lin family frowned, unable to figure out what was going on. Lin Bailey smiled faintly and said, Although the Iron Ox town is just a small town, there are undercurrents surging. It is not peaceful at all. No. The Lin clan master shook his head and said, The Iron Ox town has always been peaceful these years. However, things have happened one after another in the past few days. Could it be related to Qin Feiyang? Qin Feiyang? Lin Bailey was slightly taken aback, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Duh! Suddenly, along with the sound of footsteps, an old man in white strode into the hall. He cupped his hands and said, Greetings, young Master Bailey. Lin Bailey smiled and said, Housekeeper Lin, don't be so polite. The old man in white was called Lin Yong. He was the housekeeper of the Lin clan, and also the confidant of the Lin clan master. Have you found them? The Lin clan master asked. Lin Yong shook his head and said, I have searched all the places nearby, but I couldn't find Lin Gui and Lin Gu. No one has seen them in the past 2 days. I suspect that they may have died under the claws of the fierce beasts. Impossible! With their strength, the fierce beasts in this area can't hurt them. Unless they went to the Iron Ox Ridge. But the Iron Ox Ridge is a forbidden area in this area. It is famous for its ferocity. They definitely wouldn't dare to break in. Go and check again. You must find out, the Lin clan master said. Yes. Lin Yong respectfully responded and quickly turned around and left. What happened these past few days? The Lin clan master was extremely angry. He turned to look at Lin Bailey and asked, Bailey, when do you plan to go back? Lin Bailey said, Tomorrow is Yi's 15th birthday. I will take her back after she has a happy birthday. The Lin clan master smiled and said, After we go back, I will have to trouble you to take care of Yi. Of course. Lin Bailey smiled, but his eyes flashed with a light of thinking. By the lake, Uncle Yuan was still the same, sitting in the shade and fishing. Qin Feiyang, on the other hand, had been cultivating. Suddenly, Uncle Yuan looked at the entrance. His eyes flashed, and he muttered, I didn't catch any fish. Instead, I attracted 2 big fish. He put down the fishing rod, got up and walked to Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, Feiyang, let's change places first. Change places? Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and looked puzzled. Uncle Yuan didn't explain. He grabbed Qin Feiyang and rose into the air, turning into a stream of light and swept into the mountains behind. Flying in the air? Qin Feiyang was dumbstruck as he looked at the mountains, rivers, and earth that were constantly moving backwards. Uncle Yuan could actually fly. Whoosh! In the end, Uncle Yuan took Qin Feiyang and landed on a mountain top. You continue to cultivate, Uncle Yuan exhorted before turning around and returning. He stood on the branch of a large tree and looked down at the lake below. At this moment, the martial arts hall master and Ma Hongmei were standing by the lake, looking around. It seems that they are really dead. Seeing that there was no one around, Ma Hongmei smiled and said, They are not dead. The martial arts hall master shook his head. What? The smile on Ma Hongmei's face froze. The martial arts hall master looked at the bonfire and strode to the willow tree. He grabbed the fishing rod and pulled it up. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Do you see? The bait is still there. The bonfire is not completely extinguished. Beside it, there are 2 different footprints. It is obvious that they left not long ago. It seems that it is as you guessed. The one who killed Chao Lang and the other two is Qin Feiyang. The martial arts hall master said. Ma Hongmei looked at them one by one, and her face gradually darkened. Ma Hongmei, tomorrow is the day you die. A cold light flashed in Uncle Yuan's eyes. He turned and flew across the sky and landed on the mountain top. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was still in a daze, he could not help but shake his head and laugh. He said, "Hurry up and cultivate. I will tell you the truth tomorrow." "Will you really tell me?" Qin Feiyang was doubtful. Uncle Yuan said, "Yes, but the premise is that you have to break through the martial artist extreme realm before dawn tomorrow." Martial artist extreme realm. Qin Feiyang's body shook. Uncle Yuan asked, "Why? Are you not confident?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, "The great Qin Empire has tens of thousands of martial artists, and there are even more monstrous geniuses. However, since ancient times, there has only been one person who has broken through the martial artist's limit. It's normal for me to not have confidence," Uncle Yuan said. "Every martial artist is eager to break through the martial artist extreme realm. Don't you want to?" "Of course, but..." When Qin Feiyang said this, the memories sealed in the depths of his soul automatically emerged. When he was 7 years old, he became a 9-star martial artist. He thought that with his extraordinary aptitude and talent, he would definitely be able to break through the martial artist extreme realm. But the result? No matter how hard he tried, no matter what method he used, he did not succeed in the end. Uncle Yuan said, "Feiyang, since someone in the great Qin Empire did it, you have to believe that you can do it too. Don't be a coward." "Who said that I am a coward?" Qin Feiyang straightened his back. The fighting spirit and competitiveness hidden in his heart were completely stimulated. He said, "Uncle Yuan, don't worry. I will work hard." Subsequently, he sat cross-legged and continued to strive to become a 9-star martial artist. Chapter 22. Uncle Yuan stood at the top of the mountain to protect Qin Feiyang. The hall master of the martial arts hall and Ma Hongmei returned to the Iron Bull town but did not take any action. The Iron Bull town was surrounded by mountains. The land within 100 miles was barren. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack to find two people who were deliberately hiding. Therefore, instead of wasting their energy to search, they might as well wait quietly. They believed that Qin Feiyang would definitely appear. Furthermore, it would not be for long. Noon. Qin Feiyang's body shook. His aura instantly rose to that of a 9-star martial artist. Shush! He suddenly stood up and punched the ground with all his might. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening sound, a huge and deep pit appeared on the ground. Strength of 9 bears! Qin Feiyang was very excited. 4 days ago, he was still a useless person who did not even have the strength to truss a chicken. 4 days later, he actually had the strength of 9 bears, a total of 4,500 kilograms of strength. If news of this speed were to spread, he did not know how many jaws would drop. However, Qin Feiyang also knew that the reason why he could be so fast was that he still had his foundation. Uncle Yuan smiled and said, "Feiyang, it's not too late to be happy after you break through the martial artist's extreme realm." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. After calming down, he asked, "Uncle Yuan, I have already tried the ordinary methods. It definitely won't work. Do you have any better methods?" Uncle Yuan said, "It is not that difficult to break through the martial artist's extreme realm." Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. Could it be that Uncle Yuan really had a way? Be it humans or beasts, apart from the potential that they already have, there is still a hidden door of potential. Even ordinary people have them. The only difference is whether or not you can open this door of potential. According to my current understanding, there are a total of 10 levels to the door of potential. As for whether there are more, I don't know. The martial artist's extreme realm is the first level," Uncle Yuan said. Qin Feiyang nodded. This knowledge was recorded in the ancient books in the capital. Therefore, he knew some of it. He asked, Has anyone opened the 10th level of the Door of Potential? Yes, he is your ancestor, the first emperor who founded the Great Qin Empire, Uncle Yuan said. So it was him, Qin Feiyang mumbled. The one and only person who had broken through the extreme martial artist realm that he had mentioned was his ancestor. He didn't know what his ancestor looked like or how strong he was. However, according to the ancient records, the ancestor was the #1 genius of his generation. No one could compete with him, and he single-handedly created a great country that ruled over all directions. However, for some reason, after the Great Qin Empire stabilized, the ancestor mysteriously disappeared. At that time, the subordinates and descendants of the ancestor searched all over the continent, but there was no news. It became an eternal mystery. Qin Feiyang shook his head and scattered these distracting thoughts. He asked, Uncle Yuan, how many levels did you open? Me? I'm keeping it a secret for now. You'll know in the future. Yuan Bo smiled mysteriously. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. There are 10 levels of the Door of Potential, and each level is more difficult than the previous. Many people spend their entire lives and desperately squeeze out their potential, but they can only open 1 or 2 levels at most. Those who can open 3 or 4 levels are very rare. As for the 5th level and above, there isn't anyone in the entire Great Qin Empire. Yuan Bo smiled. After talking for so long, you still haven't gotten to the point. Qin Feiyang mumbled unhappily. He didn't want to continue being long-winded and directly asked, What exactly do I have to do to open the Door of Potential? Follow me to a place. Yuan Bo waved his hand and Qin Feiyang immediately felt a terrifying force shrouding over. His vision blurred. At the next moment, he appeared in an unfamiliar place. He looked around and realized that this was actually a secret room. It was about 10 feet long and was squarish. However, after searching for a long time, Qin Feiyang still couldn't find the door to enter. However, in front of the secret room, there was a rectangular altar with a pitch-black metal box on it. It emitted an ancient and mysterious aura. Yuan Bo, how did we get in? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Let's not talk about this first. Let me show you something first. Uncle Yuan brought Qin Feiyang to the front of the altar and stared at the metal box without blinking. Qin Feiyang could clearly see that Yuan Bo's eyes were rapidly changing, containing happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. What is this thing? He frowned. Yuan Bo suddenly said, Feiyang, only you can open this metal box. Drip a drop of blood on it. Only I can open it? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Countless questions suddenly crawled up in his mind. But he didn't ask much. Following the words, he bit his finger and squeezed out a drop of blood and dripped it on the metal box. A magical scene appeared. The blood actually merged with the metal box. Moreover, with a click, the metal box automatically opened. A medicinal fragrance immediately wafted out from the metal box. Could it be some kind of divine pill? Qin Feiyang greedily inhaled the medicinal fragrance and stared at the gap of the metal box. Gradually, a medicinal pill entered his sight. Next to the medicinal pill, there was an iron book. But the iron book was directly ignored by Qin Feiyang. His eyes were firmly locked on that medicinal pill. That medicinal pill was only the size of a finger. It was blood red and emitted a dazzling treasure light. Moreover, there was also a blood-red divine dragon hovering above the medicinal pill. Dragon-shaped Dan Qi! Only the legendary divine pill can give birth to such a phenomenon. Yuan Bo, this medicinal pill, could it really be a divine pill? Qin Feiyang asked. His hands were tightly clenched together. The blood in his body was boiling and his mouth was dry. Whether it is a divine pill or not, I don't know. I only know that after taking it, you can break through the martial artist's extreme realm and open the first level of the Door of Potential. Of course, the process is a bit painful. Can you bear it? Yuan Bo said. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded without hesitation. Then let's begin. Yuan Bo took out the medicinal pill and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Phew! Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, grabbed the medicinal pill and directly stuffed it into his mouth. The medicinal pill instantly melted. It turned into a blood-red energy that surged to his limbs and bones. Immediately, Qin Feiyang lay on the ground and screamed in pain. He felt that the blood-red energy was like a sharp blade, shuttling in his flesh and blood as if preparing to chop his body into pieces. Very soon, strands of blood gushed out from the pores all over his body. In an instant, he became a bloody man. Yuan Bo, you didn't say that it would be so painful. Qin Feiyang roared hysterically. His facial features were distorted and his face was hideous. Severe pain. It was even more intense than heart-tearing and lung-tearing. It was as if there were countless insects crazily gnawing on his flesh and blood. At this moment, he finally tasted the feeling of living a life worse than death. If you can't bear it, you will die. If you can bear it, you will be reborn, Yuan Bo said in a low voice. His face was unprecedentedly serious. I don't want to die. In the past 5 years, I have suffered humiliation. Every time I feel despair, it will hit me into the abyss, but I have never given up. It's not easy to endure until now. How can I lose here? In my dictionary, Qin Feiyang will never appear the word lose. Qin Feiyang roared and sat cross-legged. No matter how painful it was, he gritted his teeth and endured it. Perseverance, fighting spirit, these are the necessary qualities of a strong person. Feiyang, you already have it. As long as you can maintain this state of mind, your future achievements will definitely be extraordinary. Yuan Bo murmured, and a smile crept up on his face. However, Qin Feiyang was in danger at this moment. An intense pain assaulted every nerve in his body. He had reached his limit. Consciousness. It was being swallowed by the darkness bit by bit. He was powerless to stop it. Death was approaching step by step. Qin Feiyang had a very real feeling that he had come to the gate of hell. One more step forward, and it was hell. Boom! All of a sudden, a muffled sound came from within his body, as if a bolt of lightning had exploded within his body. Qin Feiyang immediately felt that it didn't seem to be so painful anymore. His consciousness was also quickly leaving the darkness. Moreover, he faintly sensed that his body and mind seemed to be undergoing some kind of transformation. Did I succeed? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Yes, you succeeded. Yuan Bo's voice came into his mind. Qin Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief. When the pain completely disappeared, he got up and moved his muscles and bones, but there was no soreness at all. Yuan Bo smiled and said, How do you feel? Qin Feiyang said with lingering fear. I feel that I am about to go to the underworld to report. Yuan Bo said, I am asking you, do you feel any difference? Qin Feiyang nodded and said, There is, but I can't explain it clearly. This feeling is very ethereal, and there is an indescribable comfort all over my body. Yuan Bo smiled and said, That's right. Because your whole body, including your blood, has undergone a transformation. Look at your chest. Qin Feiyang quickly took off his shirt and wiped off the blood on his chest. A white imprint suddenly appeared. This imprint was in the shape of a door, as if it had fused with the skin, and couldn't be wiped off. Potential imprint! Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly lit up. Looking at this imprint, he was finally sure that he had really broken through the extreme realm. Because this was the potential imprint that opened the first level of the potential gate. From now on, his cultivation speed would be twice as fast as others. In other words. Chapter 23. Uncle Yuan, thank you. Qin Feiyang bowed and thanked him. If not for Uncle Yuan's help, it would be impossible for him to break through the extreme martial artist realm and open the first level of the gate of potential. He would never forget this kindness for as long as he lived. Uncle Yuan smiled and said, Silly boy, I can only be your guide. You have to walk your own path in the future. I won't let you down, Qin Feiyang said seriously. The second level of the gate of potential, the extreme martial master realm. The third level of the gate of potential, the extreme martial ancestor realm. He had to rely on his own efforts to break through these two extreme realms. Actually, he could choose to wait until his cultivation was strong enough to break through the extreme realms. For example, it would be relatively easier to break through the extreme martial artist realm after becoming a martial master or martial ancestor. But he would lose at the starting line. Qin Feiyang would absolutely not allow such a situation to happen. Because Uncle Yuan nurtured him so carefully, and even gave him the elixir to help him win at the starting line. Therefore, he had to break through the extreme realms as scheduled and not drag it out. This way, he would not let down Uncle Yuan's efforts. Let's go out first. Looking at Qin Feiyang's determined eyes, Uncle Yuan nodded in relief. He waved his hand and that familiar force shrouded them again. The next moment, the two appeared on the mountain top. Qin Feiyang looked around and asked, "Uncle Yuan, where is the entrance to the secret chamber?" Uncle Yuan said, "There is no entrance to the secret chamber. How can we go in without an entrance?" Qin Feiyang was extremely bewildered. Uncle Yuan smiled and said, "When you succeed in gathering qi, I will tell you." Qin Feiyang was stunned and said helplessly, "Uncle Yuan, are you trying to trick me? If you really don't want to tell me, just say it. Don't push it to tomorrow and tomorrow." Uncle Yuan was stunned and shook his head. "If I don't say that, you will pester me all day long." Okay, I won't ask any more in the future." Qin Feiyang was helpless. He had too many questions in his heart. Where did the cleansing marrow pill come from? Where did Chan Shui come from? Why does Uncle Yuan know how to fly? What was the deal with the secret chamber, and the medicinal pill with the dragon-shaped pill qi? He wanted to know all of these answers. However, Uncle Yuan clearly didn't intend to tell him. He also couldn't force him to ask, so he could only give up. "Who?" Qin Feiyang heaved a long sigh and looked up at the starry sky. "When I was 7 years old, I consumed 200 qi amassing pills. It took me 1 day to gather qi. But now, my foundation is still there, and with the potential imprint, I should be able to successfully gather qi before dawn." Without further delay, he sat down cross-legged and took out all the energy convergence pills he had. He bought 30 pieces from the treasure pavilion. He got 80 from Chao Lang. There was a total of 110 pills. It should be enough for him to condense true qi. In the meantime, Yuan Bo looked around vigilantly. When gathering qi, the most frightening thing was to be disturbed. There had to be someone to protect him, otherwise, it would be easy to waste all his previous efforts. Dawn. It came quietly. After Qin Feiyang refined 100 qi amassing pills, the surging energy almost tore his body apart. But he didn't even frown. Previously in the secret chamber, when he broke through the martial artist's extreme realm, he could grit his teeth and persevere, let alone this pain. Gradually, the first wisp of true qi was finally born in his body. Moreover, with the birth of true qi, Qin Feiyang's strength also soared crazily. There was a saying that everything was difficult at the beginning. But as long as the beginning was made, the next step would be much easier. The second wisp. The third wisp. The fourth wisp. Wisps of true qi were constantly born. An hour later, there were a total of 50 wisps of true qi in his body. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang suddenly got up, closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and carefully sensed a violent power in his body. A moment later, he opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. The power he had now was equivalent to the strength of a brute elephant. That was the strength of 10,000 pounds. Although there was only one step between a martial artist and a martial master, the difference was like heaven and earth. A 9-star martial artist had the strength of 9 bears. It was equivalent to 4,500 pounds of strength. However, as long as he succeeded in gathering qi and became a 1-star martial master, his strength would increase exponentially. This was a qualitative leap. Uncle Yuan laughed. "Feiyang, congratulations on stepping into the 1-star martial master realm. You are 1 step closer to the 9-star martial master realm." "Yeah, that's fast." Qin Feiyang was filled with emotions. In 5 days he had stepped into the 1-star martial master realm from a 1-star martial artist. This was something that he did not even dare to dream about. But immediately after, his eyes were filled with hatred as he said, "If they hadn't forced me to swallow the calamity pill back then, I would have already stepped into the War King realm. I might even have stepped into the War Emperor realm." Uncle Yuan patted his shoulder and comforted him. "The past is not important. What is important is the present." Qin Feiyang nodded. Uncle Yuan laughed. "Today is your 15th birthday. Uncle Yuan has prepared a big gift for you." "What gift?" Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have such a big reaction. But it was different now. After seeing how powerful and mysterious Uncle Yuan was, he expected that this gift would definitely be extraordinary. However, the smile on Uncle Yuan's face instantly disappeared. Strands of bone-piercing cold air also spread out from his body. He said coldly, "Go to the Dan Palace and kill Ma Hongmei." Qin Feiyang's body trembled, and his gaze became incomparably sharp. This woman indeed deserved to be killed. Whiz! Uncle Yuan waved his hand and brought Qin Feiyang to the Iron Ox town. In less than 100 breaths, the Iron Ox town entered Qin Feiyang's line of sight. "So fast! I don't know when I'll be able to fly," Qin Feiyang muttered. Uncle Yuan did not have the slightest scruple and directly flew into the Iron Ox town. Did you see someone flying in the sky?" "Flying? I think you're dreaming. Someone who can fly in the sky is a god. How can a god come to our broken town?" "That's right. I must be seeing things." As Uncle Yuan's speed was too fast, no one in the Iron Ox town noticed them. Even if they did, they could only see a light shadow that disappeared in the blink of an eye. Swish! Uncle Yuan brought Qin Feiyang and landed at the bottom of the stone stairs. Qin Feiyang looked along the stone stairs. What happened 5 days ago uncontrollably surfaced in his mind. His hands slowly clenched into fists. The killing intent in his eyes was stronger than the previous wave. Finally, his gaze locked onto the main hall at the peak. A substantial killing intent burst out from his eyes. Uncle Yuan raised his head to look at the main hall and said, "Feiyang, today you can do whatever you want. Even if the sky collapses, Uncle Yuan will support you." The words caused the blood in Qin Feiyang's body to boil. That's right. With Uncle Yuan here, who would he be afraid of? "Ma Hongmei, get out here!" Chapter 24. That's Qin Feiyang's voice. Why did he call Ma Hongmei? The voice came from the pill hall. Could it be that he's going to take revenge on Ma Hongmei? The small town was in an uproar. Those who were still sleeping were also woken up by the roar. Everyone walked out of their houses and rushed towards the pill hall. Clang! At the same time, the door of the pill hall opened, and 2 young men walked out. "Qin Feiyang, you really have guts. You even dare to call Elder Ma's name directly. You won't have a good time after offending the pill hall. Quickly kneel down and apologize." The 2 of them stood at the peak and looked down at Qin Feiyang. Their eyes were filled with disdain. "Kneel down?" Qin Feiyang was so angry that he laughed. He stepped on the stone stairs and walked towards the peak. "How dare you ignore our orders? Qin Feiyang, I think you've eaten a leopard's guts today." The 2 young men were furious. Qin Feiyang sneered and said, "May I ask what qualifications do you have to order me around? Just because you're a disciple of the pill hall? What a joke. You, all right, Qin Feiyang. If you have the guts, don't run away today." The 2 of them flew into a rage and rushed towards Qin Feiyang. At this moment, a few figures rushed over. When they saw Qin Feiyang on the stone stairs, they were shocked. These people were the martial arts hall master, the Lin clan master, the Zhao clan master, and Lin Bailey. The Zhao clan master was a white-clothed old man. His body was strong, his face was red, and he was full of energy. He glanced at the 2 disciples of the pill hall, then looked at Qin Feiyang. He asked curiously, "What does Qin Feiyang want to do?" the Lin clan master said. It's obvious that he's here to find trouble with the Pill Hall. The martial arts hall master frowned and said, Even the people of the martial arts hall don't dare to trespass into the Pill Hall. He's provoking us so brazenly. Does he want to die? Lin Bailey remained silent, but his eyes were flickering. However, the four of them automatically ignored Uncle, who was at the side. They couldn't be blamed. Uncle retracted his aura now, and he looked like an ordinary old man. Get down! The two Pill Hall's disciples ran as if they were flying. When they met Qin Feiyang, they shouted at the same time and raised their legs at the same time. One from the left and one from the right, they kicked towards Qin Feiyang. This scene. Ma. Next. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and stood on the same platform as the two of them. His hands were like the claws of an eagle. He grabbed the two of them by their necks and dragged them towards the peak. Woo! Woo! The two of them screamed with all their might. They struggled with all their might. But the big hand that grabbed their necks was like an iron clamp. It could crush their throats any time. How is this possible? The Lin clan master opened his eyes wide in disbelief. The Zhao family master was the same. Although the Zhao family didn't have any grudges with Qin Feiyang, everyone knew that Qin Feiyang was a piece of trash. But the reality was the complete opposite. Was he really a piece of trash? This kid is really not simple, the martial arts hall master murmured. As for Lin Bailey, he wasn't surprised at all when he saw Qin Feiyang's strength. Instead, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and smirked. At this moment, Ma Hongmei and the third hall master walked out from the main hall one after another. Looking at Qin Feiyang, who was walking on the stone steps, Ma Hongmei's eyes flashed with killing intent. She shouted, Not only did you trespass into the Pill Hall, but you also hurt my disciples. Qin Feiyang, do you want to die? Qin Feiyang stopped and let go of his hands. The two disciples of the Pill Hall were lying on the stone steps. Their backs were bleeding and their flesh was torn open. Third Hall Master, Elder Ma, please save us. They screamed and begged Ma Hongmei and the Third Hall Master for help. Today, no one can save you. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. He turned around and kicked them. The two of them rolled down like rubber balls. Instantly, their heads were broken and bleeding. Their screams resounded through the sky. This is a blatant provocation. The martial arts hall master and the others' pupils contracted. They couldn't understand what Qin Feiyang was relying on to be so arrogant in the Pill Hall. The residents of the town also came one after another. Without exception, they were all dumbfounded. Their jaws almost fell off. Ma Hongmei and the third hall master's faces were also terrifyingly gloomy. However, Qin Feiyang wasn't afraid at all. He turned around and looked at the two of them. He said, Do the two of you feel that this scene is very familiar? The third hall master said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang, do you know what you're doing now? Of course I know. 5 days ago, didn't Ma Hongmei kick me down like this? Now I'm kicking them down. Why can't I? However, even if I can survive, it doesn't mean that they can too. Rolling down from such a high place should be a dead end. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. What do you mean? 5 days ago, it wasn't Qin Feiyang who lost his footing and rolled down himself? The crowd below started to discuss. What a load of nonsense! Ma Hongmei shouted. Don't do it unless it's in the first place. Qin Feiyang lifted the corner of his mouth slightly and continued to walk towards the peak. Ma Hongmei's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The third hall master said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang, go and bring them back immediately. Then break one of your arms and we'll let this matter go. Otherwise, however, before he could finish his words, the screams stopped abruptly. Qin Feiyang turned around and saw that the two disciples of the Pill Palace had already lost their vitality. They died just like that? He was a little stunned. They were too weak. He turned around and looked at Ma Hongmei and the third hall master. He revealed 2 rows of white teeth and smiled. I'm sorry. They've already fallen to their deaths. If you want their bodies, I'm more than happy to help. Is this kid crazy? After killing the disciples of the Pill Palace, he didn't kowtow and beg for mercy. Instead, he continued to provoke the third hall master? Seems like he's going to die today. The noisy discussion drowned this place. However, Qin Feiyang didn't have any mood swings. He continued to walk towards the peak. Boom! All of a sudden, a strong aura rushed out from the third hall master's body. He looked at Qin Feiyang with murderous intent and said, "Now you only have one chance to live. Break both of your arms and dig out your eyes. Then you might be disappointed." Qin Feiyang grinned at the third hall master. There was no suspense. The third hall master was completely enraged. He walked down the stone stairs step by step. His entire body was filled with anger. Seeing this, a smear of ridicule flashed across Ma Hongmei's eyes. She lowered her head to look at the martial arts hall master and instigated. "Martial arts hall master, Chao Lang was killed by Qin Feiyang. Are you going to let this debt go just like that? You have to know that Chao Lang is the #1 genius of your martial arts hall. Chao Lang was killed by Qin Feiyang? How is this possible? Chao Lang is a 1-star martial master." Everyone turned pale with fright. Especially the Lin clan head and the Zhao clan head. They were the most shocked. The martial arts hall master raised his head and looked at Ma Hongmei. He strode to the stone stairs and stood on one of the steps. He said, "Qin Feiyang, you have no way out now. As long as you do as the third hall master says, I will not pursue Chao Lang's death." At this moment, the Lin clan's housekeeper, Lin Yong, hurriedly ran to the Lin clan head. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. He then whispered a few words in the Lin clan head's ear. "Damn it! Qin Feiyang, you actually killed Lin Gu and Lin Gua." The Lin clan head was furious. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "What? Even Lin Gua and Lin Gua were killed by Qin Feiyang? This can't be true, right?" The surrounding crowd was filled with disbelief. "This is true. A few days ago, Lin Gu and Lin Gua mysteriously disappeared. I brought people to search the nearby mountains, but they were nowhere to be found. Last night, I suddenly remembered that Lin Gua and Lin Gua seemed to have a grudge with Qin Feiyang. I was thinking, could their disappearance have something to do with Qin Feiyang? So, I brought people to Qin Feiyang's residence overnight to search. In the end, I really found their corpses in a hill near the entrance. Say, if this wasn't done by Qin Feiyang, who else could it be? Furthermore, Lin Shi and Lin Feng of our Lin clan were also killed by him." Lin Yong shouted loudly. "He actually killed so many people. This is simply insane. We must kill him today to prevent him from continuing to harm our Iron Ox town. Kill him!" The crowd roared. Their voices shook the sky. The Lin clan head also walked to the side of the martial arts hall master and looked coldly at Qin Feiyang. "Haha." Qin Feiyang swept his gaze over the crowd below. When he saw the overbearing killing intent in their eyes, he suddenly laughed out loud. What is he laughing at? The crowd frowned. "That's right, they were all killed by me, Qin Feiyang. But I have a clear conscience," Qin Feiyang said firmly. He looked up at Ma Hongmei and shouted, "Today, I will chop off your head and let your blood dye the Dan Hall red." After finishing his words, he was like a mad lion, rushing towards the peak angrily. As for the third hall master who was rushing down, he directly ignored him. "That will depend on whether you have the ability to come up," Ma Hongmei sneered. The third hall master was a 9-star martial master. With him here, Qin Feiyang wanting to rush up was simply a daydream. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's attitude was like adding fuel to the fire, making the third hall master furious. "Qin Feiyang, if I don't kill you today, what face will the Dan Hall have in the Iron Ox town?" His killing intent was truly aroused. "Die!" As he approached, he roared. True Qi gushed out from his palm, and he slapped towards Qin Feiyang's head. At this moment, everyone thought that Qin Feiyang was dead for sure. But at this moment, Uncle Yuan, who had been watching coldly from the side, finally moved. He turned into a divine rainbow and rushed to the sky. In the blink of an eye, he landed in front of Qin Feiyang. Then he gently slapped his palm and it collided with the third hall master's palm. Immediately, a painful scream was heard. The third palace master flew out like a meteorite and smashed into the stone stairs above. Chapter 25. Uncle Yuan's speed was too fast. There were a few thousand pairs of eyes here, but none of them saw how he left. Even the martial arts hall master was at a loss. When did he go up? Wasn't he just down there? He appeared in front of Qin Feiyang in the blink of an eye from such a far distance. Could he be a spirit? This place was dead silent. Everyone's face was filled with confusion and shock. For 5 years, Uncle Yuan was a frequent visitor of the Iron Bull town. Hence, everyone knew him more or less. In everyone's impression, he was just an ordinary old man. No matter what gossip he heard, he would just laugh it off. However, unexpectedly, this seemingly weak old man not only appeared in front of Qin Feiyang without anyone noticing, but also severely injured the third hall master of the Pill Hall with one palm strike. It was too unbelievable. Especially the Lin clan master, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Because he knew Uncle Yuan better than anyone else. He was very sure that Uncle Yuan was just an ordinary man. But now, how could he explain the truth in front of him? Impossible! I must be dreaming. Ma Hongmei, who was standing at the peak, was also mumbling to herself. Her eyes were dull. The strength that Uncle Yuan displayed had a huge impact on her. It was really hard to accept. However, but facing this sort of spectacle that was the focus of attention, Yuan Bo did not stir up the slightest bit of ripple. Qin Feiyang didn't stop either. He walked past the third hall master and rushed to the peak without looking back. In his eyes there was only Ma Hongmei. The third hall master stood up slowly and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Then, he looked at Uncle Yuan and asked, "Who are you?" Uncle Yuan didn't answer. He didn't even look at him. Wherever Qin Feiyang went, his eyes would follow. It was as if there was only room for Qin Feiyang in his eyes. Boom! Qin Feiyang reached the peak in one step. Without saying anything, he threw a punch at Ma Hongmei. The fist was like thunder, creating a gust of wind. "Little bastard, you're courting death!" Ma Hongmei suddenly came back to her senses. She was also angry. With a loud shout, he swung his palm at Qin Feiyang's fist. Bang! Thump thump, the two of them retreated continuously, blood flowing out from the corners of their mouths. How is this possible? Ma Hongmei turned pale with fright. The third hall master, martial arts hall master, Lin clan's clan head, and Zhao clan's clan head were all dumbfounded. Even Lin Bailey put down his hands at this moment, and his gaze became aggressive. As for the others, their expressions were even more exaggerated. Their mouths were gaping so wide that one could stuff an egg into them. Ma Hongmei, your time has come! After Qin Feiyang stabilized his body, his right foot suddenly kicked, and like a mad bison, he swooped down toward Ma Hongmei. His imposing manner was like a rainbow. His strength is actually on par with mine? Ma Hongmei was still unable to accept this fact. I don't believe it. Suddenly, she roared angrily and fought with all her might. Bang! Bang! The two of them started fighting crazily. As their fists and feet collided, there was a deafening sound. They are actually on par with each other? When did Qin Feiyang become so powerful? Elder Ma is a one-star martial master. Could it be that Qin Feiyang is also a one-star martial master? Everyone present was extremely surprised and doubtful. Little bastard, I'll kill you! Ma Hongmei suddenly roared, and a gush of true qi gushed out from her palm. A terrifying aura spread in all directions. You can't do it! Qin Feiyang's hair was flying in the wind, and his gaze was sharp. Similarly, a gush of true qi gushed out from his palm. Bang! When the two palms met, the two of them retreated violently again. True qi. He is indeed a one-star martial master. Then why did he look so sickly before? He must be pretending to be weak. This place was completely in an uproar. Clan Head Lin's expression was more interesting than anyone else's. This good-for-nothing is actually a one-star martial artist. His talent is even better than his. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Yes. He began to regret it. If he had known that Qin Feiyang's talent was so terrifying, he would not have done those things. At the peak, Qin Feiyang steadied himself and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He raised his head and looked at Ma Hongmei. He sneered. You don't understand how an ant that could be bullied so wantonly 5 days ago can become a one-star martial master now? Ma Hongmei did not answer, but her gloomy expression was enough to explain everything. 30 years of River East, 30 years of River West. But I, Qin Feiyang, don't need 30 years. I only need 5 days to trample you under my feet. At this moment, Qin Feiyang seemed to have returned to the Qin Feiyang from 5 years ago. His confidence, dominance, and arrogance were vividly displayed. So what if you're a one-star martial master? I'll still kill you. Ma Hongmei's eyes were filled with killing intent. She rushed in front of Qin Feiyang in a few steps and raised her arm. Her 5 fingers were bent, and true chi coiled around her fingertips like an eagle's claw, emitting a powerful aura. Eagle's claw. She shouted and suddenly grabbed at Qin Feiyang's head. Martial technique. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted and he retreated without hesitation. But Ma Hongmei still grabbed his arm. Puff! Those 5 fingers were as hard as steel needles. They easily broke through Qin Feiyang's skin and sank into his flesh. Then, Ma Hongmei sneered and pulled with force. She actually tore off a piece of flesh from Qin Feiyang's arm. Blood immediately gushed out. Ma Hongmei retreated 3 feet and threw away the piece of flesh. She sneered. Qin Feiyang, do you see? This is the difference between us. I've already mastered martial techniques. It's easy for me to kill you. If it wasn't for Qin Yuan, you would have died just now. Do you understand? Qin Feiyang covered his arm and looked at Ma Hongmei. Not only was he not worried, but there was also a trace of ridicule in his eyes. Uncle Yuan said indifferently, Ma Hongmei, you don't have to worry about me. As long as you have the ability, even if you kill Feiyang, I won't interfere. Really? Ma Hongmei was surprised. Of course. Uncle Yuan nodded. But if one looked carefully, one would notice that there was a trace of contempt in his eyes. After becoming a martial master, one could learn martial techniques. Martial techniques increased a person's overall combat strength. Martial techniques were also divided into grades. Low-grade martial techniques, middle-grade martial techniques, high-grade martial techniques, and perfect martial techniques. The higher the grade, the stronger the increase in combat strength. As the prince of the great Qin Empire, would Qin Feiyang lack martial techniques? Obviously not. In his mind there were at least hundreds of martial technique cultivation methods. Moreover, they were all perfect martial techniques. After all, at that time, Qin Feiyang had a noble status, a powerful background, and was doted on by thousands. Apart from the perfect martial skill, no other martial skill could enter his eyes. It was no exaggeration to say that he was equivalent to a moving martial arts treasure trove. And as early as 5 years ago, Qin Feiyang had already practiced several martial techniques to the point of perfection. Although his cultivation had been crippled these years, he did not forget the martial techniques engraved in his memory. Therefore, Uncle Yuan had full confidence in Qin Feiyang. But Ma Hongmei did not know these. Hearing Uncle Yuan's words, she was overjoyed. The only person she was afraid of was Uncle Yuan. As for Qin Feiyang, she did not take him to heart at all. Ha ha, Qin Feiyang, wake up. She let out a loud laugh and extended both of her hands. Her hands turned into eagle claws and attacked Qin Feiyang furiously. Qin Feiyang remained motionless as he stared at her. But his right hand gradually clenched into a fist. They are both one-star martial masters. In terms of strength, they are evenly matched. That's right. If Ma Hongmei did not have any martial techniques, Qin Feiyang would definitely win because he is ruthless enough. Yes, if it were someone else, he would have already made a fuss when a piece of flesh was torn off his arm, but he did not even frown. This is the first time in my life that I have seen such terrifying endurance. It seems that the outcome has been decided. People were discussing softly. Hearing these discussions, the head of the Lin family could not help but sneer. There were even many people who looked away, unable to bear to see the bloody scene that was about to happen. He moved. But at this moment, someone exclaimed. Those who had just looked away immediately looked up again, their faces full of shock and bewilderment. At this moment, Qin Feiyang bent his waist, arched his body, and clenched his right hand. He was like a bull that was about to go berserk, his whole body exuding a shocking aura. Whoosh! Suddenly, he was like an arrow from a fully drawn bow, shooting out explosively. His whole body was filled with a violent airflow. Seeing this, Ma Hongmei's pupils contracted. The current Qin Feiyang actually made her feel a strong threat, and even a sense of fear emerged. I have mastered martial techniques, why should I be afraid of him? She suddenly flew out, grabbing Qin Feiyang's head with both hands. In the blink of an eye, the two collided with each other. Go to hell! Ma Hongmei shouted, and a cruel smile appeared in her eyes. Thunder-killing fist! At the same time, Qin Feiyang also let out an explosive shout. His shout was like the roar of a dragon and the roar of a tiger. It was deafening. That clenched fist blasted out like lightning. True qi, bright light. Boom! The fist blasted on Ma Hongmei's chest. Crack! Bones broken on the spot. The whole chest also then caved in. Puff! Ma Hongmei spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a meteorite, she flew out, and then with a bang, smashed on the ground more than 10 meters away. Ah! The blood-curdling screech that sounded like a pig being slaughtered echoed in all directions. Looking at this scene, everyone was stunned. He actually also mastered martial techniques. And from the looks of it, the level was higher than Ma Hongmei's falcon claw. How could this be? How could he possibly have martial techniques? How many tricks does he have hidden? The Lin family head muttered to himself, and his intestines were about to turn green with regret. If he had treated Qin Feiyang better in the past, if he had not forcibly separated Yi and Qin Feiyang, then now, with the relationship between Yi and Qin Feiyang, if he asked for this martial technique called Thunder-Killing Fist, Qin Feiyang would definitely not refuse. At this moment, the martial arts hall master, the Zhao family head, and the third hall master were also shocked. A 15-year-old one-star martial master, and also mastered a powerful martial technique. How was this a waste? Chapter 26. Everyone at the scene was dumbstruck. However, Qin Feiyang was squatting on the ground. He looked at his fist and frowned slightly. Frankly speaking, he was still not satisfied with the power of this punch. Martial techniques could increase one's combat power in a progressive manner. Low-grade martial technique could increase the power of one barbarian elephant. Mid-grade martial technique could increase the power of 2 barbarian elephants. High-grade martial technique could increase the power of 3 barbarian elephants. Perfect martial technique could increase the power of 4 barbarian elephants. Thunder-Killing Fist was a perfect martial technique. However, Qin Feiyang clearly felt that it had only increased the power of 2 barbarian elephants. In other words, he had only used half of its power. Otherwise, Ma Hongmei wouldn't just be severely injured. She would have died on the spot. I haven't used these martial techniques for 5 years. I'm a little rusty. Luckily, Ma Hongmei's cultivation isn't high. Otherwise, I would have been the one at a disadvantage. Seems like I have to find some time to practice it. Phew! Qin Feiyang muttered to himself and let out a long sigh. He stood up and looked at Ma Hongmei before walking over with large strides. Seeing this, the third palace master's expression changed. He shouted, Qin Feiyang, this is the Pill Palace. Don't be presumptuous. If this wasn't the Pill Palace, I wouldn't have come. Qin Feiyang sneered and stopped in front of Ma Hongmei. The third palace master was anxious. However, he couldn't do anything to Uncle Yuan, who was beside him. Clang! Qin Feiyang took out the chang shui. It was extremely sharp. Ma Hongmei's body trembled. She said in fear, "Qin Feiyang, if you dare to kill me, you're going against the entire Pill Palace." Qin Feiyang squatted beside Ma Hongmei's head and shook the chang shui on her neck. He said jokingly, "Is the Pill Palace that great?" "What? How can he say such words?" Everyone was speechless. They seemed to have underestimated this guy's arrogance. However, Ma Hongmei was terrified. She was afraid that if Qin Feiyang missed, chang shui would fall and slit her throat. The third palace master withdrew his gaze and turned his head to look at Uncle Yuan. He said, "Qin Feiyang, Elder Ma has already been severely injured by Qin Feiyang. The resentment in your hearts should have dissipated by now. How about we end this matter here?" Uncle Yuan said indifferently, "If you cut the weeds without removing the roots, there will be no end to the trouble." The third hall master's body stiffened and he said angrily, "If you insist on causing trouble, the Pill Hall has never been afraid of anyone. When the first hall master and second hall master return, I will definitely report this matter to them." The threat in his words was not concealed at all. "Whatever." Uncle Yuan glanced at him. His tone was still calm, as if he didn't put the Pill Hall in his eyes. The third palace master was furious. He said word by word, "Don't regret it." "Regret?" Uncle Yuan sized him up, his expression still very calm. But suddenly, his feet left the stone steps and he slowly rose into the air. "What?" The third palace master cried out in alarm, and his expression changed drastically. In the meantime, Lin Bailey's body trembled. His face was filled with disbelief. This old man was actually a combat emperor. The martial arts hall master, the Lin clan master, and the Zhao clan master also had disbelief in their eyes. As for the others, there was no need to talk about it. It was as if they had seen a deity. They were extremely terrified. Uncle Yuan stood in midair like a king. He looked down at the third palace master and said indifferently, "Today, even if I raise the Pill Hall to the ground, no one will dare to stop me. Do you believe me?" The third palace master raised his head and looked at Uncle Yuan in a daze. After a long time, he smiled bitterly and bowed. "Senior Qin, this junior spoke without thinking earlier. Please be magnanimous and not hold it against this junior." What a joke. This was a battle emperor. Not to mention raising the Pill Hall to the ground, even if he destroyed the entire Iron Ox town, no one would dare to say anything. Uncle Yuan didn't say anything about it, but he didn't say that he wouldn't either. He asked, "Then can Ma Hongmei be killed?" The third palace master's body stiffened. He struggled in his heart. In the end, he made up his mind and nodded. "As long as you can calm down, if you want to kill her, then kill her." Hearing this, Ma Hongmei's face instantly turned pale. Her eyes were filled with despair that couldn't be dissolved. Only now did she realize that she had offended someone that she could never afford to offend. "No, I can't die. I still have a great future. Qin Feiyang, don't kill me. I beg you, I'll kneel down and apologize to you." Ma Hongmei endured the pain and got up. She knelt down in front of Qin Feiyang and begged. Qin Feiyang said, "Then tell everyone, did you or did you not kick me down 5 days ago?" "Yes, yes, yes." Ma Hongmei nodded and said, "It's all my fault. I'll apologize to you. Can you forgive me?" Qin Feiyang really didn't fall down by himself. This Ma Hongmei is too much. She actually did such a despicable thing. She's simply ruining the Pill Hall's reputation. Everyone looked at Ma Hongmei with disgust and indignation. "So, Qin Feiyang didn't lie back then. I'm really stupid." The third hall master blamed himself. He raised his head and looked at Ma Hongmei. He said disappointedly, "As the Pill Hall's deacon elder, you should set a good example. But you did such a despicable thing." He looked at the crowd below and shouted, "Now I officially announce that Ma Hongmei is expelled from the Pill Hall. She will never be recruited again." Ma Hongmei's body trembled and became even paler. Not only was her reputation ruined, but she also lost her status as the Pill Hall's deacon elder. Now she had nothing. Qin Feiyang lifted the corner of his mouth slightly and said, "Tell the martial arts hall master and everyone else about Chao Lang's identity." "And?" The martial arts hall master frowned. Ma Hongmei said, "Chao Lang is the son of the Black Demon Stronghold's chief. Also, the Black Demon Stronghold was burned down by Qin Feiyang." "What?" "He's actually the son of that demon." "Good kill." "That's right. It wouldn't be too much to kill this kind of person." "Qin Feiyang, I'm really sorry. I wronged you just now. You burned down the Black Demon Stronghold and got rid of the evil for the people. We should thank you. But we blamed you just now. I'm sorry." After knowing Chao Lang's true identity, everyone's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. Someone apologized. Someone applauded. As for Bao Chuan, as Ma Hongmei's disciple, everyone felt that he should be killed. It was obvious that Bao Chuan wanted to harm Qin Feiyang. That was why he was killed by Qin Feiyang. Ma Hongmei looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I've said what you asked me to say. I've also said what you didn't ask me to say. Can you let me go now?" "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "I'll set you free now. I hope that you can be a good person in your next life." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand. Shan Shui showed his ability and directly cut off Ma Hongmei's neck. Blood splattered everywhere. "You!" Ma Hongmei covered her neck and stared at Qin Feiyang with hatred. "You should be glad that your corpse is intact. Because I was going to cut off your head." Qin Feiyang glanced at her indifferently. Then, he grabbed Chang Shui and walked down the stone stairs. Bang! Ma Hongmei also fell to the ground and died. "It's finally over." The third palace master muttered to himself. He strode toward Qin Feiyang and cupped his hands. "Qin Feiyang, I sincerely apologize to you. If you still need the marrow cleansing pill, I'll give it to you now." "I don't need it now." Qin Feiyang shook his head and brushed past the third palace master. Uncle Yuan landed beside Qin Feiyang and smiled. "Do you feel better now?" "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Only when he returned to the great Qin Empire and killed all those who betrayed him would he feel better. Uncle Yuan patted his shoulder and didn't say anything else. "Qin Yuan is a combat emperor. How did this happen? If I had known, I wouldn't have stopped Qin Feiyang and Yi from being together. I would have even taken the initiative to matchmake them." Looking at the two people on the stone stairs, the Lin family head clenched his fists. His heart was filled with regret. Even his body was trembling. Lin Bailey noticed the change in the Lin family head and asked, "Uncle Lin, do you regret it?" The Lin clan's clan head nodded without concealing anything. "I am indeed very regretful. However, what I fear the most is that Qin Feiyang will take revenge on us. You have seen it yourself, he is someone who will definitely take revenge." "Revenge? He doesn't have the guts. Because the ancestor of the Lin family is also a combat emperor." Lin Bailey smiled. "Really?" The Lin family head's eyes lit up. "That's not all. Our Lin family has been married to the royal family for generations. As long as Qin Feiyang doesn't join the Pill Hall or the Martial Arts Hall, there's nothing to worry about." Lin Bailey's eyes were filled with disdain. The Lin family head heaved a sigh of relief. Although Ma Hongmei and Chao Lang deserved to be killed, after what happened, whether it was Qin Feiyang, the third hall master, or the martial arts hall master, there must be some estrangement in their hearts. It was impossible for Qin Feiyang to join the Pill Hall or the martial arts hall. However, before he could finish this thought, the third hall master suddenly turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang. He said loudly, "Qin Feiyang, if you're willing to join the Pill Hall, whatever elixir you want, as long as the Pill Hall has it, I'll give it to you." "What?" The Lin family head's body shook. Not only did the third hall master take the initiative to invite Qin Feiyang to join, but he also made such a promise. "Qin Feiyang, if you are willing to join the martial arts hall, I won't be able to promise you a lot of elixirs like the third hall master. However, I can guarantee that you will be able to choose any martial skill and the best resources. The martial arts hall master also threw out an olive branch. The Lin family head was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 27. The Pill Hall and the Martial Arts Hall sent out invitations at the same time and made such promises. Such a situation had never happened in the Iron Ox town. This was enough to show how much the Third Hall Master and the Martial Arts Hall Master valued Qin Feiyang. The Lin family head's heart was filled with regret again. He never expected that things would develop to this point. Now, as long as Qin Feiyang nodded, he could become a Pill Hall disciple or a Martial Arts Hall disciple. His status would rise instantly. With his talent, entering the Danwang Hall or Martial Arts Hall in the future was a sure thing. Future. It could be said to be bright. God! Why do you have to make such a big joke with me? The Lin family head cried in his heart. He wanted to cry but had no tears. At this moment, Qin Feiyang became the focus again. Everyone was watching. Everyone was looking forward to what he would choose. Enter the Pill Hall? Or the Martial Arts Hall? If they had to choose, they would definitely choose the Pill Hall without hesitation. Because in this world, nothing was more important than elixirs. However, as the person involved, Qin Feiyang acted as if he didn't hear it. He quickly walked down the stone stairs with Uncle Yuan. The crowd automatically separated and made a path to the street. Seeing Qin Feiyang and Uncle Yuan entering the main street, the Martial Arts Hall Master and the Third Hall Master had a trace of disappointment. This kid was a real talent. Unfortunately, they couldn't get it. Lin Bailey's eyes flashed slightly. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Qin Feiyang, today is Yi's 15th birthday. We are going to hold a big banquet and invite all the famous people in the Iron Ox town. I wonder if you can do me the honor and follow me to the Lin family? Yi's birthday? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. Too many things happened in the past few days. He almost forgot that Lin Yi and he were born on the same year, month, and day. However, he was born in the morning, and Lin Yi was born at night. So, Lin Yi called him brother. This was also the main reason why they had a good relationship. If it was in the past, he would definitely accept the invitation. But now, he didn't want to step into the Lin family anymore because he didn't want to see those hypocritical faces. He was about to refuse. However, Uncle Yuan beat him to it and said, I promise on behalf of Feiyang. Tonight, Feiyang will go to congratulate on time. It's settled then. I'll personally go to the entrance to welcome you all. Lin Bailey smiled. Uncle Yuan turned his head and looked at Lin Bailey meaningfully. Then, he quickly left with Qin Feiyang. Bailey, why are you inviting them? The head of the Lin family looked at Lin Bailey in confusion. Uncle Lin, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Lin Bailey smiled and extended his invitation to the Martial Arts Hall Master, the Third Hall Master, and the Patriarch of the Zhao family. The three of them did not refuse and said that they would attend the banquet on time. After all, the Lin family was in Iron Ox Town and had great influence. They had to put on a show. Most importantly, they were very curious about Lin Bailey's identity. On the streets, Qin Feiyang and Uncle Yuan walked side by side. The townspeople were no longer as cold as before. When they saw the two of them, they would come up and greet them warmly. These people are really realistic. Qin Feiyang hated such people. Uncle Yuan smiled and said, Not only them, but all living things in the world have a realistic side. Qin Feiyang nodded. He had already experienced the fickleness of human nature. Suddenly, he frowned and asked, Uncle Yuan, why do you want me to go to the Lin family? That Lin Bailey obviously doesn't have good intentions. Uncle Yuan teased. What? Just a mere Lin Bailey can scare you? Him? Qin Feiyang smiled in disdain. Lin Bailey was indeed talented, but it was only limited to this place. In the great Qin Empire, it was nothing. Uncle Yuan smiled and said, Although Lin Bailey's identity is far from yours, he's still a disciple of a rich family. You two will meet again in the future. You can take the opportunity to get to know him. After all, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. That's impossible. What kind of relationship do I have with him? Qin Feiyang didn't think much of it. Uncle Yuan smiled and didn't say anything. After leaving the town, the two entered a forest one after the other. Qin Feiyang looked around and asked, "Where are we going?" "Right here." Uncle Yuan stopped and looked back at Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, "Are you satisfied with the birthday gift?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang grinned. After 5 years of humiliation, he could finally hold his head high today. Uncle Yuan smiled and opened his palm. Accompanied by strands of black light, an ancient castle appeared out of thin air. Qin Feiyang was puzzled. The ancient castle was only the size of a palm. It was dark and emitted a mysterious aura. But strangely, the ancient castle had no doors or windows. It was as if it was one with the castle. "Uncle Yuan, what is this?" Qin Feiyang was more and more puzzled. How could there be such a strange ancient castle in the world, and it was so small? Uncle Yuan said, "I don't know the origin of this ancient castle. What is its name? What material is used to refine it? But I know that it is very hard. Even I can't break it. Moreover, people can hide inside." "It's so hard?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Could it be?" Without waiting for him to finish, Uncle Yuan nodded and smiled. "That's right. The secret room where you took the elixir and broke through the limit of martial artist is its internal space." "It's so magical?" Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with surprise. Such a small thing and people can actually enter it? If he didn't experience it personally, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. "Feiyang, now I officially hand over this ancient castle to you." Uncle Yuan handed the ancient castle to Qin Feiyang. "For me?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Uncle Yuan nodded. "Why?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "There is no reason." Uncle Yuan shook his head. For a moment, Qin Feiyang didn't know what to do. Uncle Yuan directly stuffed it into Qin Feiyang's hands and said with a smile, "This ancient castle needs to be dripped with blood to become its master before it can be used by you. At that time, you only need to move your mind and you can enter the inner space of the ancient castle." He continued, "By the way, do you still remember the iron box in the ancient castle?" Qin Feiyang said. "Yes." The elixir that helped him break through the limit of martial artist was in the iron box. How could he forget? Uncle Yuan said. "There is an iron book in the iron box. When you have time, you can read it. Maybe it will be useful to you." Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, "Should I bind it now?" Uncle Yuan shook his head and smiled. "There is no hurry. It won't be too late to bind it with blood after you come back from the Lin family. Now keep it first. Uncle Yuan will help you practice martial arts." "Okay." Qin Feiyang curiously looked at the ancient castle and temporarily put it in his jiankun bag. He looked up at Uncle Yuan and smiled. "You have to be merciful." Uncle Yuan rolled his eyes and said with a serious face, "Don't be long-winded. Come on. Rushing thunder kill fist." Qin Feiyang didn't talk nonsense. He turned into a human-shaped tyrannosaurus and fought crazily with Uncle Yuan. Until the sun set in the west and dusk came. Only then did Qin Feiyang stop. He lay on the ground and gasped for breath. Although Uncle Yuan was just a sparring partner, he hit Qin Feiyang very hard. Not only was his nose bruised and his eyes swollen, but his body was also full of scars. But the harvest was not small. After a day of hard fighting, the martial arts that he had mastered before had been practiced to perfection. It was no longer like when he fought with Ma Hongmei, where he could only use half of his power. Uncle Yuan looked down at Qin Feiyang and said, "Do you know why I hit you so hard?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. Uncle Yuan said, "I want to tell you that when you face enemies in the future, no matter how strong or weak they are, you have to go all out. Otherwise, you will be at a disadvantage." "Understood." Qin Feiyang nodded seriously. Uncle Yuan looked up at the sky and said with a smile, "Go to the Lin family quickly. Remember to prepare a decent gift. Qin Feiyang turned over and got up. The wounds all over his body made him grimace in pain. He asked, Uncle Yuan, you're not going? Uncle Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, I'm already so old. Why would I go? Go quickly. I'll wait for you here. Okay. Qin Feiyang found a pool and washed himself. He changed into a clean set of clothes and ran to Iron Ox Town. But Qin Feiyang didn't notice. Uncle Yuan's eyes became a little disappointed and there was a deep reluctance. Whoosh! When Qin Feiyang ran into the town, Uncle Yuan also retracted his gaze. He turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky, quickly disappearing without a trace. Because the weather was too hot, Iron Ox Town was the busiest at night. On the street, figures crossed each other, shoulders brushing against each other. Qin Feiyang silently walked into the crowd. His brows were tightly knitted together. He was already very unwilling to go to the Lin family. He didn't expect Uncle Yuan to ask him to prepare a gift. It was really troublesome. Big sale, there are all kinds of jewelry, 1 silver coin per piece. You can choose whatever you want. An ear-piercing shout entered Qin Feiyang's ears. He strode over and saw a hawker on the street, shouting with all his might. There were indeed a lot of jewelry on the street. It could even be said that there was a dazzling lineup. But none of them were presentable. They were all low-quality goods. Qin Feiyang glanced and grabbed a jade bracelet directly, saying, Boss, I want this. Little brother Qin, I didn't expect you to patronize my business. If you like this jade bracelet, I will give it to you, the hawker said generously. Thank you very much. Qin Feiyang was not polite, and put it in his arms directly. Little brother Qin, wait. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was about to leave, the hawker hurriedly ran out and asked, Little brother Qin, are you going to the Lin family's banquet now? Qin Feiyang nodded. The hawker's gaze immediately became strange and said, Little brother, are you going to use this jade bracelet as Lin Yi's birthday gift? Can't I? Qin Feiyang said. Of course not. The Lin family is powerful. How can I use this as a gift? I don't want to harm you. Give it back to me. The hawker reached out to grab it. Thank you for your concern. I know what to do. Qin Feiyang smiled, turned around, and strode away. This Qin Feiyang is really different. But tonight, the Lin family will definitely put on a good show. Chapter 28. The Lin family was located in the south of the Iron Ox Town. As one of the biggest families in the town, the Lin family mansion was naturally extraordinary. Qin Feiyang had been here many times, so he came to the front door with ease. Today, the Lin family mansion was decorated with lanterns and banners. The 2 servants of the Lin family guarding on both sides of the gate were also full of smiles. However, seeing Qin Feiyang coming, the 2 of them looked like they had seen a devil, and their faces instantly turned pale. Where's Lin Bailey? Didn't he say this morning that he would personally welcome me here? Where is he now? Qin Feiyang glanced at the 2 with extremely cold eyes. In the past, these 2 people used their master's power to threaten him, and of course, he wouldn't have a good face. Young Master Lin is greeting guests inside, one of them hurriedly said. No need, I hate people who don't keep their words the most. Since he is not sincere, I don't need to continue to stay. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he turned around and left. Young Master Qin, we are just servants, don't make things difficult for us, okay? Yes, I will immediately report to young Master Lin. The 2 servants stopped in front of Qin Feiyang and looked at him pleadingly. If it was before, they would have already turned hostile. But now, they absolutely didn't dare to. However, Qin Feiyang's expression became more and more indifferent. Get out of the way! He coldly spat out these 2 words, and his whole body emitted a shocking aura. The 2 servants suddenly trembled both physically and mentally. Ha! At this moment, a light laugh sounded. A purple-clothed youth strode out of the house. It was Lin Bailey. He stood on the steps outside the door, and politely cupped his hands and smiled. Brother Qin, I'm really sorry, I was too engrossed in talking with the third palace master and almost forgot about you. If there's any neglect, please forgive me. Really? Qin Feiyang lifted the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly. I thought you were forgetful. How is that possible? As soon as I thought of you, I immediately came out to welcome you. Old Brother Qin, this is a mistake caused by my carelessness. Please don't make things difficult for them. It's not easy for them either. Lin Bailey smiled. The two servants nodded repeatedly, feeling deeply grateful in their hearts. This young Master Lin was really a good person. On the other hand, Qin Feiyang was arrogant, and ugly. He was simply a villain who had gained power. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. As a prince of the Grand Qin Empire, what sort of person had he not seen? How could he not understand the meaning behind Lin Bailey's words? Since you want to play, I'll play with you to the end. Qin Feiyang sneered secretly. He looked at Lin Bailey and nodded. You're right. They work so hard for your Lin family, but their monthly salary is so little. It's not easy. Why don't you give them a raise? The two servants looked at each other and felt wronged in their hearts. Qin Feiyang's words were very reasonable. For the Lin family, they did their best. In the eyes of others, they were purely watchdogs. However, his monthly salary was only 5 body-tempering pills. Their efforts and gains were not proportional at all. The most hateful thing was that the damned butler always found excuses to deduct their salary. The maximum number of body-tempering pills they could get every month was 3. The Lin family did not treat them as human beings at all. Hearing this, Lin Bailey's body stiffened slightly, and the smile on his face became a little unnatural. He thought that Qin Feiyang was just a man with brawn and a simple mind. But he did not expect that. Not only was this man not stupid, he even checkmated him. Raise their salary? How could he do such a stupid thing? What's wrong? Young Master Lin, are you not willing to give them a raise? If that's the case, then I really feel sorry for them. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Lin Bailey's face twitched. He felt as if he had fallen into a trap and been schemed by Qin Feiyang. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a touch of ridicule. He continued, Young Master Lin, why don't you say something? Could it be that you can't make this decision? If that's the case, just pretend that I didn't say anything. Lin Bailey's face twitched even more. His heart was filled with regret. If he had known that this person was so difficult to deal with, he would not have provoked him. Wasn't this digging a hole for himself to jump into? Especially when he looked at Qin Feiyang's eyes, which seemed to be playful, he felt an unknown anger in his heart. Who said that I can't make this decision? From now on, the salary of the Lin family's servants will be doubled. He gritted his teeth and announced this order. Thank you, young Master Lin. The two servants immediately knelt on the ground and shed tears of gratitude. It was actually doubled. In other words, their monthly salary would be 10 body-tempering pills. This was really good news. At the same time, this also meant that Lin Bailey was completely defeated in this secret battle. Qin Feiyang, you bastard, don't be complacent, the good show is yet to come. Lin Bailey secretly sneered, but on the surface he was amiable. He led Qin Feiyang to the Lin family's living room. The two servants also looked at Qin Feiyang gratefully. Moreover, this matter spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and soon it spread like crazy in the Lin family. It also spread to the ears of the Lin family's head. There are hundreds of servants in the Lin family. If everyone's salary is doubled, how many body-tempering pills will we lose every month? This is simply nonsense. The Lin family's head was furious. He said to the housekeeper next to him, You go and call Bailey here. I want to ask him why he made this decision. Lin Yong hesitated and said in a low voice, Master, young Master Bailey is entertaining guests. I think it's inappropriate to call him here now. What's more, young Master Bailey was sent by the main house. We're just a small branch, we can't afford to offend him. The Lin family's head said, Then I have to ask clearly. We can't lose so many body-tempering pills for no reason. Lin Yong thought it was reasonable. He nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go and find him. But you must calm down. After all, Yi's future depends on the main house." "I understand." The Lin family's head nodded. He took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed his anger. Lin Yong also turned and quickly left. At the same time, in one of the corridors, Qin Feiyang looked around curiously. Lin Bailey frowned and urged, "Brother Qin, these flowers and plants are all over the mountain. What's there to see? Let's go, the third palace master is still waiting for us." Since entering the Lin family's house, Qin Feiyang was not in a hurry to go to the guest hall. He walked and stopped, like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. He looked around, which made Lin Bailey very angry. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Although these flowers and plants aren't rare and are very ordinary, every time I see them, I feel that they're very stunning. Looking at them is a kind of enjoyment. A profligate son of rich parents like you wouldn't understand." Lin Bailey furrowed his brows, his eyes blazing with anger. He was very sensitive to the words playboy. Qin Feiyang said, Okay, I'll slowly appreciate it when I have time. Let's go to the guest hall." "Humph!" Lin Bailey snorted and walked in front without saying a word. "You want to play tricks with me? You're still too inexperienced." Qin Feiyang followed behind unhurriedly. Looking at Lin Bailey's back, his eyes were full of disdain. In the guest hall, the decoration was very luxurious. It was dazzling with gold and jade, richly ornamented. There were all kinds of top-grade gems and jade. Every place was filled with a kind of luxurious aura. The third palace master, the martial arts hall master, the clan head of the Zhao family, and a dignified and beautiful woman were sitting at the tea table, drinking tea and chatting. Behind them, there were 4 young boys and girls. These 4 people were about 15 or 16 years old. The boys were handsome, and the girls were young and beautiful. All of them had an extraordinary temperament. "Everyone, I'm really sorry to have made you wait for so long." Lin Bailey laughed and strode into the guest hall. He was elegant and polite, which made the third palace master and the others admire him. As for Qin Feiyang, after entering the guest hall, he just took a quick glance and sat alone at the side. He did not talk to anyone, which made him seem out of place. The beautiful woman smiled and said, "Bailey, I didn't expect you to be so nice to your servants." Lin Bailey was puzzled. The beautiful woman said, "We just heard that you increased the servant's salary. We all admire your character and style." Lin Bailey laughed and said, "In my eyes they are not servants, but my family. Of course, I can't treat them badly." He said it in a dignified manner, but in fact, he was very angry. At this time, Lin Yong walked into the guest hall and greeted everyone politely. He walked to Lin Bailey and whispered a few words in his ear. Lin Bailey frowned slightly, got up and said with a smile, "Everyone, I have some personal matters to deal with. You can do whatever you want. Don't be polite." The beautiful woman and the others nodded. After Lin Bailey and the housekeeper left, the beautiful woman looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a chuckle, "Little guy, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. If it wasn't for what happened this morning, I'm afraid we wouldn't have known that you are a martial arts genius." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "How can this junior's ability enter the pavilion master's eyes?" This beautiful woman was called Luo Qianxue. She was the pavilion master of the precious treasure pavilion. Although she was a woman, her methods and strength were not inferior to the third hall master and the martial arts hall master. Luo Qianxue shook her head and smiled. "Even the martial arts hall and the pill hall want you. Don't be modest." The martial arts hall master followed and said, "Qin Feiyang, can you reconsider?" The third hall master immediately took out his trump card and said temptingly, "If you join the pill hall, I guarantee that your future will be limitless." However, Qin Feiyang only smiled and let it go. There was even a trace of disdain. Seeing Qin Feiyang's attitude, the third hall master and the martial arts hall master were not unhappy. However, the 2 young men behind them couldn't help but frown. They felt that this Qin Feiyang seemed to be too arrogant. As for the Zhao family's clan master, Luo Qianxue, and the two young girls behind them, their eyes flashed with a trace of strange light. Chapter 29. The atmosphere in the living room became a little depressing. Qin Feiyang felt a little uncomfortable. He stood up from the chair, cupped his fist, and said, "For seniors, I'm going out for a stroll." "Qin Feiyang, don't run around. You should know very well where you should go and where you shouldn't go in this Lin family." The two teenagers spoke one after another with a meaningful meaning. "Thank you for reminding me." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, turned around, walked out of the living room, and wandered aimlessly in the Lin family. The servants he met along the way were grateful to him. But there were not many people who really stepped forward and apologized. Because they had already seen that young Master Bailey was not as kind to Qin Feiyang as he appeared to be on the surface. As the servants of the Lin family, they had to recognize the situation and stand on the side that was beneficial to them. Qin Feiyang was born in the royal family. He had been facing intrigue since he was a child. He naturally knew the mentality of these people very well. So, he didn't care. On the contrary, he had some sympathy for these servants. Unconsciously, he walked into a secluded path. The flower beds on both sides were blooming, competing for beauty. The strong fragrance of flowers was intoxicating. But he stopped and raised his head to look ahead. At the end of the path, there was an exquisite attic. A clear stream lay across the front of the attic, winding around. In the water, beautiful fishes were swimming in groups and swimming happily. The environment in that place was elegant, full of tranquility and peace. "Why did I come here subconsciously?" Qin Feiyang whispered. This was the backyard of the Lin family. That attic was Lin Yi's residence. In the past, he had come here once. So, he was no stranger to this place. "I knew that some people would not change. They really came to Lin Yi. They are really shameless." "Qin Feiyang, Lin Yi is not married yet. You, a man, broke into her residence without permission. What is your intention?" At this moment, the sarcastic words of the two men came from behind. Qin Feiyang turned around and frowned. The people who came were the two youths from the Pill Hall and the Martial Hall. The two of them walked towards him side by side, their eyes filled with amusement. "Haven't the Pill Hall and the Martial Arts Hall always been at odds? But why are you guys so harmonious now? Could it be that the two of you have some sort of special fetish? For example, being gay?" Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them mockingly. "I dare you to say that again." Their faces instantly darkened, and their eyes flickered with coldness. "Don't worry, I won't despise you. Instead, I'll sincerely give you my blessings. After all, you're in true love." Qin Feiyang strode to their side and grinned. Then, he walked back the way he came without looking back. "True love? Blessing?" The two youths were stunned when they heard this. When they finally regained their senses, the two of them glanced at one another for a moment before turning their heads to the side. Their stomachs churned as they retched non-stop. In his heart, he was almost driven mad. "This damned bastard, he's too much." "Qin Feiyang, stop right there. If you don't make it clear, don't even think about leaving today." The two of them suppressed their disgust and chased after Qin Feiyang angrily. Looking at the two of them, Qin Feiyang smiled and quickly returned to the living room. The two youths also chased after him, panting. "Why don't you keep running? If I don't cripple you today, my surname isn't Lu." The two of them blocked Qin Feiyang from the front and the back, their faces filled with coldness. "Huh!" Luo Qianxue and the others were confused. Why did they become so angry after going out for a while? Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them and turned to look at the martial arts hall master and the third hall master who were suspicious. He said, "Are you going to let them do whatever they want here?" The two of them immediately stood up. "What are you doing? This is the Lin clan. How dare you be so rude? Lu Yun, back off!" The martial arts hall master shouted. "Yin Chuan, you better behave yourself." The third hall master also shouted. Lu Yun looked at the martial arts hall master with grievance and said, Master, why are you blaming me? It was Qin Feiyang who started it. He said Yin Chuan and I have. Qin Feiyang casually sat on a chair at the side and said playfully, What do you mean? Why don't you say it directly so that everyone can be happy for you? Hearing this, the martial arts hall master and the others looked at Lu Yun and Yin Chuan curiously. But how could they have the nerve to say such things? The two of them lowered their heads and clenched their fists. They couldn't wait to skin Qin Feiyang alive. Do you want me to say it for you? Qin Feiyang laughed and said with a bright smile. Don't go too far. Qin Feiyang, be careful of retribution. The two of them immediately glared at him. Luo Qianxue stood up to smooth things over and said with a smile. Okay, it shouldn't be a big deal. Let's each take a step back. Well, for the sake of the pavilion master, I won't argue with you. Qin Feiyang said magnanimously. What? You still won't argue with us? Lu Yun and Yin Chuan went crazy. Their lungs were about to explode. Can you not be so shameless? What's going on? Why are you all angry? The Lin family's patriarch, Lin family's butler, Lin Yi, and Lin Bailey walked into the living room one after another. Seeing the look of Lu Yun and Yin Chuan, there was a trace of confusion in their eyes. The third hall master smiled and said, Young people, there will always be friction. Don't worry about it. The Lin family's patriarch glanced at Qin Feiyang coldly and said with a smile, Hurry up and greet the elders. Lin Yi bowed and said, Greetings to the three uncles and Aunt Luo. Please forgive me if I don't treat you well. Luo Qianxue smiled and said, You are the star today. Don't be so polite. Everyone, please take a seat. The Lin family's patriarch sat on the main seat and greeted with a smile. Lin Yi and Lin Bailey sat on the left and right sides of the Lin family's patriarch respectively. Lin Yi's outfit today was very eye-catching. She took off her usual clothes and wore a snow-white floor-length dress. Her originally beautiful face had become even more charming after careful makeup. Her hair fluttered with the wind, black and beautiful. Although she was not as valiant as before, she had the temperament of a lady from a respectable family. Her figure was also very exquisite. Since she came in, Lu Yun and Yin Chuan's eyes had never moved away from her. They looked obsessed. But Qin Feiyang just glanced at her indifferently, then lowered his head and drank tea. Lin Yi also glanced at him. Her eyes were also calm and unfamiliar. Lin Bailey got up and glanced at everyone in the hall. He focused on Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, First of all, on behalf of the Lin family, I would like to thank everyone for coming to Yi's 15th birthday today. Qin Feiyang frowned. Who is this person? How can he represent the Lin family? Originally, Uncle Lin planned to wait until Yi's coming-of-age ceremony to invite everyone. But tomorrow morning, he will go to Yen City with me. It will probably take a few years before she has a chance to come back. She may not even return to Iron Ox Town for the rest of her life. So I discussed with Uncle Lin and simply invited everyone to a banquet today to thank everyone for taking care of my Lin family over the years. Lin Bailey smiled. Yen City! The third palace master and the others looked at each other with a trace of surprise in their eyes. Luo Qianxue asked, Bailey, are you from the Lin family of Yen City? Yes. Lin Bailey nodded. I see. Several people suddenly realized. As several giants of Iron Ox Town, their knowledge was naturally far beyond others. They were no stranger to the Lin family of Yen City. The Lin family of Yen City not only had a strong foundation, but also had a marriage alliance with the royal family for generations. With the royal family backing them, the Lin family was very powerful in Yen City. Other families did not dare to compete with them. And Lin Bailey's appearance here, without a doubt, meant that the Lin family of Iron Ox Town was a branch of the Lin family of Yen City. Lin Bailey smiled again and said, By the way, let me tell you a piece of good news. When Yi turns 16, she will marry into the royal family. At that time, your Iron Ox Town will also benefit from it. Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his head and looked at Lin Bailey. Seeing Qin Feiyang looking at him, Lin Bailey's smile became brighter. There was also a trace of obvious disdain in his eyes. Qin Feiyang clearly caught it. He took a deep breath, put down the teacup, and said indifferently, "So you invited me here today to show off how powerful your Lin family is. But you may be disappointed. I really don't feel that your Lin family is strong in any way." As soon as these words came out, everyone was silent. No one expected Qin Feiyang to say such disdainful words in front of the Lin family. He really did not give them any face. The Lin family master, Lin Bailey, and butler Lin Yong's faces were gloomy. Lin Yi lowered her head and was silent. No one knew what she was thinking. Qin Feiyang stood up and turned to look at Lin Yi. His face was full of disappointment. "Do you know? Since you said that you want to sever ties with me, I have been thinking. Do you have any difficulties? Or were you forced by your father? I was even thinking about how I can help you. Until now, I finally understand that it was just my wishful thinking. It turns out that you are the same as your father. You think that I like you, and you are afraid that I will pester you and hinder you from marrying into the royal family. You even don't hesitate to frame me and threaten me with your weakness. You are really scheming. To be honest, I have always regarded you as my best friend. I am happy for you to marry into the royal family, so there is no need to do this at all. If you are still worried, I will swear in public now that I, Qin Feiyang, and you, Lin Yi, will sever ties with each other and never contact each other again. This thing, I was still hesitating whether to give it to you or not. But now it suits you very well. Please accept it." Qin Feiyang took out the jade bracelet and threw it at Lin Yi's feet. Among the people present, which one of them was not a person of status? At a glance, it was obvious that this was a street stall product. Using a street stall product as a birthday gift? Wasn't this clearly humiliating Lin Yi and embarrassing the Lin family? The Lin family master clenched his hands with murderous intent in his eyes. If it weren't for the presence of others, he would immediately take action and kill Qin Feiyang. What kind of person deserves what kind of jewelry? You, Lin Yi, only deserve this cheap street stall product. Don't give it to me. I know where to go. Chapter 30. Regarding Lin Yi, he was extremely disappointed. Royal family? In Qin Feiyang's eyes, it was a joke. However, today, he was destined not to walk out of the Lin family easily. His last sentence made the Lin family's patriarch completely furious. "Pa!" He slapped the armrest of the chair, got up suddenly and yelled, "Lin Yong, stop him!" Crack! The entire chair was torn apart on the spot. Lin Yong had long wanted to teach Qin Feiyang a lesson. He heard about it. Without saying a word, he took a big stride and stood in front of the door. He looked at Qin Feiyang coldly and said, "If you want to leave, you can, but you have to kneel down and apologize to Miss." "Kowtow and apologize?" Qin Feiyang stopped, turned his head, and looked at Lin Yi. He said faintly, "Is she worthy? I'm giving you face, but you don't want it." Lin Yong's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He slapped at Qin Feiyang. True energy gushed out from his palm. He was a one-star martial master. "Humph!" Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. He took a strange step and went behind Lin Yong like lightning. "Old thing, how dare you make a move in front of me?" His eyes flashed coldly, and he punched Lin Yong's back. Bang! Lin Yong was blasted out on the spot and rolled in front of the Lin family's patriarch. He then spat out a mouthful of blood. How can he be so fast? In the blink of an eye, he actually ran behind Lin Yong? Lu Yun, Yin Chuan, and the two girls were shocked. Lin Bailey said, "It's an auxiliary martial technique." The so-called auxiliary martial technique was actually a footwork martial technique. It could double a person's speed. The auxiliary martial technique was also divided into 4 grades: upper, middle, lower, and perfect. Low-grade auxiliary martial technique doubled the speed. And so on. The auxiliary martial technique Qin Feiyang just used was called smoke gathering steps. It was a perfect martial technique. It could increase the speed by 4 times on the original basis. Auxiliary martial technique is very rare. Even my martial arts hall doesn't have it. How can he have it? My pill hall doesn't have it either. This is unbelievable. The third hall master and the martial arts hall master looked at each other and seemed to have underestimated this youth. What a Qin Fei Yang! Everyone has been deceived by him for the past 5 years. The Zhao clan's patriarch muttered while his eyes were suffused with strands of an indescribable bright light. The Lin family head's heart was filled with an intense killing intent. The stronger the strength Qin Fei Yang displayed, the greater the threat he posed to him. Whoosh! He suddenly leaped forward, covered his fist with true qi, and punched towards Qin Fei Yang's head. This kid must be killed in the cradle. Father, stop! At this moment, Lin Yi finally couldn't sit still. She got up and shouted anxiously. However, the Lin family head's killing intent was aroused. How could he listen to that? Are you that anxious to kill me? Qin Fei Yang laughed mockingly. He used the shifting smoke steps and easily dodged the attack. Howling Tiger Fist! After the Lin family had landed, he didn't say a word. He took another step forward and punched out angrily. I didn't want you to embarrass yourself in public, but you can only blame yourself for being too insensible. Rushing Thunder Kill Fist! Qin Fei Yang's face instantly turned cold. His aura was surging all over his body. With a violent airflow, he punched out fiercely. Boom! Immediately, the Lin family had also followed in Lin Yang's footsteps. He flew out, smashing tables, chairs, and coffee tables. He rolled on the ground in a sorry state, and blood spurted out from his mouth. Father! Lin Yi hurried forward, extremely worried. How is this possible? I'm a 2-star martial master. Howling Tiger Fist is also a middle-grade martial art. How can I lose to him? The Lin family head muttered to himself. His face was full of disbelief. Is this a dream? Seeing this, Lin Yi was heartbroken. She looked up at Qin Fei Yang angrily and shouted. He is also my father! How can you be so heavy-handed? Are you blaming me? Qin Fei Yang was so angry that he laughed. You have to figure out who made the first move? Who made the first move to kill him? Let me tell you, you are not qualified to blame me. If it weren't for your sake, your father and Lin Yong would have gone to hell now. Do you understand? Qin Fei Yang's gaze at this moment was piercing cold. Lin Yi didn't dare to look directly at him. His tone is too arrogant. Lu Yun frowned. The martial arts hall master said in a deep voice. He is not arrogant. He really has this ability because the Rushing Thunder Kill Fist is a perfect martial art. A perfect martial art can increase the strength of 4 brute elephants. In addition to his own strength, he has the strength of 5 brute elephants. In other words, Qin Fei Yang's current strength is enough to be on par with a 5-star martial master. Although the Lin family head is a 2-star martial master, his martial art is only a middle-grade martial art. It can only increase the strength of 2 brute elephants. In addition to his own strength, he has the strength of 4 brute elephants. It's easy for Qin Fei Yang to kill him, the third hall master said. Hearing these words, Lu Yun and Yin Chuan were scared. Fortunately, they didn't really do it earlier. Otherwise, they would be beaten black and blue by Qin Fei Yang. You actually have a perfect martial art. Qin Fei Yang, I did hurt you, but what about you? Have you ever thought that you have deceived me for 5 years? You dare to say that you treat me as your best friend. I, Lin Yi, really can't afford to have a friend like you. Get out of the Lin family immediately and never appear again. Get out! Lin Yi roared, revealing endless sadness and desolation. Pathetic woman. Qin Fei Yang shook his head and turned to leave. Did I let you go? Lin Bailey, who hadn't spoken for a long time, finally stood up at this time. What do you want? Qin Fei Yang asked without looking back. His eyes burst with amazing light. The Lin family is not a place where you can come and go as you please. What's more, you have injured Uncle Lin and the butler. If I let you leave like this, where will my Lin family's face be in the future? Lin Bailey stretched his muscles and bones while walking toward Qin Fei Yang. There was a trace of deep disdain at the corner of his mouth. He didn't make a move just now and let Qin Feiyang seriously injure the Lin family's patriarch. It was actually intentional. He wanted to take this opportunity to make Qin Feiyang and Lin Yi fall out completely. Now, the goal was achieved. It was time to clean up the mess. Lin Yi would definitely be grateful to him if he made a move at this time. However, Lin Yi didn't seem to appreciate it. She reached out and stopped Lin Bailey. Brother Bailey, let him leave. Why? Lin Bailey stopped and frowned immediately. Lin Yi said, "Today is my birthday. I don't want to see anyone bleed again, let alone kill someone." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Lin Bailey nodded. Anyway, the goal had been achieved. It didn't matter whether he killed this person or not. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said faintly, "Don't blame me for talking too much. If you don't restrain yourself and continue to be so arrogant, you will die because of this sooner or later. Go quickly. I hope that you can be more sensible the next time we meet. Please look at your own virtue before preaching to others. As for the next meeting, it may not be as simple as today." Qin Feiyang sneered. He said those words with deep meaning. Then, he left without looking back. You really won't shed tears until you enter the coffin. Arrogant, right? Wait for it. I will let you go to hell tonight. Lin Bailey muttered. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. In fact, these things that just happened were not in his plan. His real plan was to let Qin Feiyang win or lose. He could even take Qin Feiyang's life. Originally, seeing that Qin Feiyang and Lin Yi had completely broken up, he did not intend to implement this plan. However, Qin Feiyang's words before leaving made him change his mind. This person must be eliminated. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble in the future. Lin Bailey took out 2 healing pills and gave them to the Lin family master and Lin Yong. Lin Yong said gratefully, "Young Master Bailey, thank you. We are a family. Don't be so polite." Lin Bailey smiled. Seeing that the Lin family master was still in a daze, his eyes flickered slightly. He whispered a few words in the Lin family master's ear. No one knew what he said, but the Lin family master immediately became energetic. The Lin family master got up and looked at the third palace master and others with an apologetic face. He cupped his fist and said, "I'm sorry that a good banquet turned out like this." "It's okay." Luo Qianxue waved her hand and smiled. The Lin family master ordered, "Butler, quickly ask someone to clean up here." "Yes." The butler immediately took care of it. In less than 100 breaths, the hall was cleaned. The chairs and coffee tables were also replaced. It was worth mentioning. During this period, Lin Bailey left for a while. Also, Lin Yi also put the jade bracelet given by Qin Feiyang into the Qianquan pouch without anyone noticing. After everything was done, the Lin family master greeted, "Everyone, please sit down. Butler, quickly ask someone to serve tea." The butler ordered, and several maids filed in. Everyone also chatted and laughed. However, Lin Yi had been silent all the time, looking a little depressed. About 100 breaths passed. Suddenly, Lin Yi screamed and fell on the chair. Her face was pale, and a trace of black blood overflowed from the corner of her mouth. "What's going on?" Seeing this, the people in the hall immediately swarmed over. Lin Bailey checked a little and said in shock and anger, "Uncle Lin, he is poisoned." "What?" The Lin family master was furious. "Family master, we didn't poison her." Several maids immediately knelt on the ground in panic. "Bailey, quickly give you the detoxification pill." The Lin family master ordered, grabbed Lin Yi's teacup, handed it to Lin Yong, and said in a deep voice, "Go and verify it immediately to see if it is poisonous." While speaking, he gave Lin Yong a look. "Yes." Lin Yong nodded, strode out of the living room, found a hidden place, and smashed the teacup directly. The rest of the tea splashed out, splashing on the grass and flowers. The flowers began to wither immediately. The grass also withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was obvious. The tea in this teacup was poisoned. "Qin Feiyang, just you wait," Tonight is the day you die. He sneered and quickly returned to the living room. After Lin Bailey gave Linny the detoxification pill, her pale face gradually began to improve. After Lin Yong returned, the Lin family master hurriedly asked, "Butler, how is it?" "It's poisonous." Lin Yong nodded. The Lin family master was furious. He looked at the maids and shouted, "You dare to say that you didn't poison her? Tell me, who is it?" Lin Bailey said, "Uncle Lin, we drank the tea from the same teapot as he, but none of us were poisoned. Only he was poisoned. There is only one explanation. The person who poisoned her is the maid who poured the tea for ye. Family master, young Master Bailey, Xiao Hong didn't poison her." A maid crawled to the front of the two and shook her head desperately. It was her who had been pouring tea for Linny just now. Lin Yong's eyes were cold, and he shouted, "Tell me the truth immediately. Otherwise, not only will you die, but your family will also die miserably." Chapter 31. Qin Feiyang didn't know anything about what happened in the Lin family. Right now, he was looking for Uncle Yuan everywhere. After leaving the Lin family, he rushed to the forest that separated from Uncle Yuan. But in the end, not only did he not see Uncle Yuan, he even shouted for a long time, but he did not get a response from Uncle Yuan. Uncle Yuan was a war emperor. He did not believe that anyone could hurt him. Thus, he hurriedly ran towards the lake. Uncle Yuan should be waiting for him at the lake. However, when he arrived at the lakeside and looked around, he still couldn't find Uncle Yuan. "Uncle Yuan, where are you? Answer me quickly!" He stood on a large rock by the lake and shouted with all his strength. His expression was extremely anxious. However, in this silent night sky, other than his shouts echoing, there was no other sound. "Uncle Yuan, where are you?" Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. Could it be that something really happened to Uncle Yuan? "Uncle Yuan!" Suddenly, his body shook, and a trace of joy appeared in his eyes as he turned around to look. At the entrance, a cluster of flames appeared. Qin Feiyang thought it was Uncle Yuan and was about to run over, but a second cluster of flames suddenly appeared. Following closely, the third cluster appeared. The fourth cluster appeared. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel disappointed. With so many flames appearing, it was obviously not Uncle Yuan. He looked over. It turned out that they were torches. Under the illumination of the flames, he could vaguely see a blurry figure. "Why would someone come here?" Qin Feiyang frowned. And those people seemed to have a target and were running towards him. "It's them!" As the distance got closer and closer, Qin Feiyang finally saw the true faces of those people. The leader was Lin Bailey, the Lin family's patriarch, Lin Yong. Lin Yong was also holding a servant girl. This servant girl was none other than Xiao Hong. Behind them were the third hall master, the martial arts hall master, Luo Qianxue, the Zhao family's patriarch, Lu Yun, Yin Chuan, and the two girls. Around them, there were more than a dozen people from the Lin family holding torches and looking around, as if they were looking for something. "Why are they all here?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. He had a nagging feeling that some of the visitors had ill intentions. "Qin Feiyang is over there!" Lu Yun suddenly saw Qin Feiyang and immediately shouted. Immediately, everyone rushed towards Qin Feiyang aggressively. Everyone's face was filled with intense hatred. The disgust in his eyes was undisguised. Especially the members of the Lin family. Their ferocious eyes looked as if they wanted to tear Qin Feiyang into pieces. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang's eyes were gloomy. He would be an idiot if he still couldn't tell the purpose of these people's visit. "Qin Feiyang, I really misjudged you. I thought you were a man, but I didn't expect you to want to poison me. Do you still have any humanity? Qin Feiyang, your heart is as venomous as a snake's. Scum beast, even if you are cut into pieces, your death will not be regretted." The dozen or so people of the Lin clan hurled a torrent of abuse at Qin Feiyang, their spittle flying everywhere. "Poison me?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Lin Yong shouted. The evidence is here, do you still want to quibble? Xiao Hong, now tell everyone the process of him instigating you to poison E. Let everyone see his true colors. Qin Feiyang looked at the maid. Xiao Hong also raised her head to look at Qin Feiyang, but hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Qin Feiyang's eyes. Speak quickly, Lin Yong shouted. Xiao Hong's body trembled, and she hurriedly said, At night, Qin Feiyang came to me and asked me to poison Mississippi. He also threatened me that if I didn't do it, he would kill my family. He also said, Lin Yong said. What else did he say? Xiao Hong said. He also said that if he, Qin Feiyang, couldn't get the woman, no one else could. The Lin family head said angrily. Qin Feiyang, what else do you have to say now? Lin Bailey said. Earlier, you swore in front of everyone that you only treated E as a good friend, but secretly went to poison E. Qin Feiyang, I didn't expect you to be such a hypocrite. The third hall master sighed and said, Qin Feiyang, you really went too far this time. The martial arts hall master, Luo Qianxue, and the Zhao family's clan head also felt pity. Everyone, this person is narrow-minded and inhumane. If we don't get rid of him as soon as possible, who knows how many people in our Iron Ox town will die in his hands in the future. I suggest that we take advantage of Qin Yuan's absence to quickly execute him on the spot. The Lin family head looked at the third hall master and the others with murderous intent in his eyes. After hesitating for a while, the others nodded in agreement. Although Qin Feiyang was a promising talent, he was too inhumane and couldn't be left alive. Seeing that the others agreed, the Lin family head was overjoyed. He turned to Lin Bailey and nodded. Lin Bailey stepped forward and said, Qin Feiyang, I didn't want to kill you at first, but I have no choice. In the face of righteousness, I can only send you to hell. But don't worry, I will leave your corpse intact. Haha. Qin Feiyang glanced at the people in front of him and suddenly laughed out loud. He finally understood. All of this was an elaborate plot by the Lin family head and Lin Bailey to get rid of him. Lin Bailey frowned and shook his head. Not only do you not repent, but you also mock everyone. You are really hopeless. Qin Feiyang stopped laughing and lowered his head to look at the Lin family's patriarch. He said, I really admire you. You actually poisoned your own daughter to frame me. Could it be that you're not afraid of accidentally poisoning her to death? The Lin family head was so angry that he laughed. He shouted, Nonsense. Bailey, don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him quickly, in case Qin Yuan comes back to protect him. Okay. Lin Bailey nodded and jumped up, his true qi gushing out. Returning palm. He roared and slammed his palm towards Qin Feiyang with a terrifying gust of wind. Thunder-killing fist. Qin Feiyang threw a punch. The moment his fist collided with the palm, the big rock under his feet was shattered into pieces with a loud bang. The power of Lin Bailey's palm was far greater than his. Bang! Qin Feiyang was sent flying by the palm and smashed into the rocks beside the lake. He spat out blood. Returning palm was also a perfect martial skill. Yen City's Lin family was indeed not a small family in Iron Ox Town. Lin Bailey was a 3-star martial master. With the help of a perfect martial skill, he had the strength of 7 barbarian elephants. He had the strength of 2 barbarian elephants more than him. But it was not that he had no chance of winning. I, Qin Feiyang, am not someone you can kill just because you want to. Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and slammed his palm on a huge rock beside him. The huge rock was as big as a dustpan. With an ear-piercing whistling sound, it broke through the air like lightning and crashed into Lin Bailey. At the same time, Qin Feiyang took a big step and followed behind the huge rock. He reached into his chest and pulled out the Chang Shui. In Iron Ox Town, you are still considered a talent. But in Yen City, you are only a second-rate character at most. Now, I will let you know what a real genius is. Lin Bailey's eyes were full of contempt. He stretched out his arm and clenched his 5 fingers, easily crushing the flying huge rock. This place was suddenly filled with gravel. The two met face to face. At this moment, the murderous intent in Lin Bailey's eyes was completely undisguised. Returned to essence palm. He slammed his palm forward. The palm wind was like thunder, rolling up the dust in the air. The powerful aura made the Lin clan head and the others suddenly change color, and they quickly retreated. Only the martial arts hall, the third hall master, and Luo Qianxue did not move at all. Their eyes were fixed on Qin Feiyang, with a trace of doubt on their faces. Why did Qin Feiyang put his hand in his chest? It seemed that Qin Feiyang was about to be killed by Lin Bailey's palm. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang tilted his body to the side, barely dodging that palm strike. At the same time, the big hand in his chest was like a poisonous snake that bared its fangs. It stretched out like lightning and swung at Lin Bailey's arm. Puff! In a flash, blood gushed out. Ah! In the next moment, Lin Bailey began to scream hysterically. In that instant, his face was filled with fear that couldn't be erased. As he screamed, he retreated rapidly. Want to run? Do you think I'll give you the chance? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and quickly pounced on him. The blood-stained Chang Shui in his hand was like a graceful swan in the night sky, stabbing at Lin Bailey's chest. What's going on? There was not a single person who wasn't bewildered. Bang! An arm fell to the ground, attracting everyone's attention. Then they looked at Lin Bailey's right shoulder. The arm was gone, and the bull-sized wound was spurting out dazzling blood. Qin Feiyang actually cut off Lin Bailey's arm? Everyone was dumbfounded. It was hard to believe that such a terrifying scene was happening. Qin Feiyang, don't be stubborn. Stop it! When the third hall master noticed Lin Bailey's danger, he immediately shouted angrily. He landed beside Qin Feiyang and slammed his palm. Damn it! Qin Feiyang cursed. As expected, he gave up on killing Lin Bailey. He took a step forward and narrowly avoided the third hall master's palm. He was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. The third hall master was a 9-star martial master. Even if he didn't use any martial techniques, he wasn't someone he could defeat. If he didn't dodge in time, he would have been seriously injured and lying on the ground without any power to resist. The third hall master didn't continue to chase. He protected Lin Bailey behind him and looked at Qin Feiyang with a gloomy gaze. Phew! Qin Feiyang secretly exhaled. He looked at the third hall master coldly and said, Does the Pill Palace really want me to go against you? The third hall master said, Everyone has the right to kill an unpardonable criminal. If you surrender now, I promise to give you a quick death and won't let your corpse be exposed in the wilderness. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Then should I thank you? He can still smile in front of the third hall master? Lu Yun, Yin Chuan, and the two girls felt that it was unbelievable. This person's character was really unpredictable. The third hall master said, No need to thank me. I only hope that you can be a kind child in your next life. Haha! Qin Feiyang laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. The third hall master's face sank. Chapter 32. The laughter reverberated in the night sky for a long time. It was full of arrogance and unruliness. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at them one by one, as if he wanted to engrave everyone's faces in his mind. Finally, his eyes locked on the third hall master, the martial arts hall master, and Luo Qianxue. He said, Sooner or later, you will know who is the real villain. Roar! After he finished speaking, he bent over and crouched on the ground like a beast. Then he opened his mouth and let out a loud lion's roar. A terrifying sound wave suddenly rolled out in this place like a tide. A shocking scene appeared. Except for Luo Qianxue and the other two, everyone's ears were spurting blood. In their minds there was a rumbling sound. This was not an ordinary lion's roar. This was a martial technique. It was called the Mad Lion's Roar, and it was also a perfect martial technique. Ah! A cry of agony could be heard all of a sudden. A 1-star martial master of the Lin family held his head with both hands, and his face was distorted. He was hysterical. blood spurted out from his ears. Seeing this, Luo Qianxue and the other two were in extreme disbelief. Killing martial technique, auxiliary martial technique, and sound wave martial technique. This guy not only had 3 martial techniques, but they were all perfect martial techniques. He was simply a little monster. The third hall master roared. Stop him quickly, or everyone here will be shocked to death by his sound wave. The martial arts hall master and Luo Qianxue suddenly came back to their senses and hurriedly rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Howl! But at this moment, wolf howls suddenly sounded from behind. Luo Qianxue and the other two looked over, and their faces changed slightly. In the darkness of the night, there were pairs of green eyes that flickered with incomparable savagery. It was a pack of white wolves. They were quickly approaching here. White-eyed wolf! Qin Feiyang's eyes became hot. He didn't expect that this guy would come to save him at the critical moment. This was a good opportunity. He stopped howling and suddenly rushed to the front of a girl. His big hand violently stretched out like an eagle's claw and grabbed the girl's white neck. Luo Qianxue's expression changed instantly. She shouted, Qin Feiyang, put her down! In a flash, Qin Feiyang retreated to the back of the young girl. Chang Shui's sharpness was astonishing as it rested on the young girl's neck. Looking at Luo Qianxue, Qin Feiyang sneered. If you want her to live, retreat immediately. How dare you! Luo Qianxue was furious. Qin Feiyang licked his lips and chuckled. I even killed Lin Bailey, what more her? Don't test my patience. Qin Zhu, don't be afraid. With mother here, Qin Feiyang won't dare to hurt you. Luo Qianxue looked at the young girl dotingly and comforted her. Then she shouted at the third palace master and the others. Retreat! The third hall master and the martial arts hall master looked at each other helplessly and retreated 3 meters. However, the Lin family head and the others were deaf and couldn't hear what Luo Qianxue said. But looking at the situation, they knew what had happened. Lu Yun, Yin Chuan, the Zhao family's family head, and the young girl beside the Zhao family's family head immediately retreated to the side of Luo Qianxue and the others. However, the group of people from the Lin family didn't retreat. Instead, with Lin Yong as the leader, they closed in on Qin Feiyang step by step. The Lin family head stood in place and supported Lin Bailey, his eyes full of resentment. Especially Lin Bailey, who couldn't wait to crush Qin Feiyang into ashes. At this moment, Wolf King led the pack of wolves to the back of Qin Feiyang. They all stared at Lin Bailey and the others with murderous eyes. Qin Feiyang grinned and said, White-eyed wolf, I didn't expect you to be so loyal. But this time, your choice is very unwise. They are all people you can't afford to offend. Wolf King growled, and a trace of disdain crawled up in his huge pupils. You really have guts. But really, thank you. Qin Feiyang was very touched, and tears flowed down his face. Wolf King rolled his eyes and growled a few more times, as if to remind him that there were still strong enemies and not to mess around. Don't worry, as long as this woman is in our hands, they won't dare to mess around. Qin Feiyang smiled confidently, turned to look at Luo Qianxue, and said with a smile, Pavilion Master, am I right? As he spoke, his arm shook slightly, and the sharp Chang Shui immediately cut a bloody mark on the girl's neck. Qin Feiyang, what are you doing? Luo Qianxue was extremely shocked and angry. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, Don't be nervous, I just accidentally shook my hand. But after saying that, his face suddenly turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, But if they don't retreat, it won't be as simple as shaking my hand. You'd better not hurt her again. Luo Qianxue looked coldly at Qin Feiyang, walked a few steps to Lin Bailey and the master of the Lin family, grabbed their clothes, and threw them behind. That posture, that expression, it felt like she was throwing garbage. Ah! Lin Bailey and the master of the Lin family screamed, and they both fell to the ground 10 meters away, looking extremely embarrassed. What a tough woman! Qin Feiyang muttered. Luo Qianxue walked towards Lin Yong and the others. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly, and he shouted, Wait! What do you want to do now? Luo Qianxue frowned, and she was obviously starting to get impatient. I changed my mind. I want to try and see if I can kill them. Qin Feiyang put his arm around the girl's waist, stepped on Luo Yen's steps, and like a human-shaped tyrannosaurus, he charged towards Lin Yong. Kill! Lin Yong roared, took out a black broadsword from his Qianquan bag, and slashed towards Qin Feiyang. Seeing this, Luo Qianxue's heart almost jumped out, for fear of hurting the girl. You'd better not move, or your daughter will die even faster. Qin Feiyang looked coldly at Luo Qianxue, and the Chang Shui in his hand blocked the attack, and the broadsword fiercely chopped down, making an ear-piercing sound of metal. However, sparks flew everywhere, and the broadsword that looked extremely sharp was actually cut in half. How is this possible? Lin Yong was shocked. Luo Qianxue was also stunned. That dagger, what material was it made of? How could it be so sharp? Just as Lin Yong was in a daze, Qin Feiyang, with lightning speed, stabbed the broadsword into his heart, and he screamed on the spot, with eyes full of fear, and fell to the ground dead. It really can cut iron like mud. Qin Feiyang was extremely excited. Without any hesitation, he charged towards the other people of the Lin family. All the one-star martial masters of the Lin family came today. This time, he wanted to kill them all. Clang! Those one-star martial masters also took out their weapons, and fiercely chopped towards Qin Feiyang, all of them full of murderous intent. For a moment, in this place, the weapons clanged, and the sharpness swept in all directions. True Qi swept in all directions like a dragon. Although the Lin family had an absolute advantage in the number of one-star martial masters, in terms of weapons and martial techniques, Qin Feiyang completely crushed them. One by one, the weapons were continuously chopped off by the Chang Shui. Qin Feiyang, with the shifting smoke steps, was like a reaper, constantly harvesting lives. On his body, on his face, splattered with blood, his whole body was filled with murderous intent. Luo Qianxue and the others, seeing this scene, were all shocked. Was he still a teenager? Whether it was a meticulous mind or ruthless means, he was far superior to his peers. Even they were ashamed of their inferiority. Ruthless and cold. This Qin Feiyang, what kind of person was he? The head of the Lin family and Lin Bailey had a face of disbelief. So many one-star martial masters were actually no match for Qin Feiyang? Gradually, in their hearts, a sense of panic emerged. The iron-blooded methods that Qin Feiyang displayed made them afraid. Even their bodies couldn't help but tremble. However, in the face of such a bloody lake, the girl in Qin Feiyang's arms didn't panic at all. She was very calm. She was also curiously sizing up Qin Feiyang. 100 breaths passed. The one-star martial masters of the Lin family, including a few servants, were all lying in a pool of blood. The pungent smell of blood enveloped the void. In fact, they had long been scared out of their wits, but Qin Feiyang's shifting smoke steps was 4 times faster than them. How could they escape? Whoosh! At the same time as the battle ended, Qin Feiyang quickly retreated to the front of Wolf King and let out a long breath. In the eyes of outsiders, this battle was very easy and simple, but in fact, only he knew how dangerous it was. If he let loose, he had full confidence that he could kill all these people without any injuries. But he had to protect the girl. This girl was his only bargaining chip now. There must be no accidents. And those people of the Lin family were filled with fear. In order to survive, they didn't care about the girl's life or death. The girl was almost killed several times. It was Qin Feiyang who blocked the attack with his body and protected her safety. Therefore, on his back and right shoulder there were a few deep wounds that exposed the bone, which were constantly bleeding. What a scary young man! The third hall master and the martial arts hall master looked at each other. There was a trace of fear in their eyes. If this young man didn't die prematurely, whether it was good or bad in the future, he would definitely achieve something. Luo Qianxue was also relieved. In the whole process of the battle, she was worried that her daughter would be in danger. Fortunately, What she was worried about didn't happen. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "You will protect my daughter, which means you are very clear about your current situation. Let her go immediately, and I will let bygones be bygones." Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "Do you think I am a 3-year-old child?" Luo Qianshue's face was suddenly covered with a layer of frost. She said in a low voice, "What do you want?" Qin Feiyang said, "Stand here and don't move. After I make sure it is safe, I will let your daughter go. You have no other choice." "Okay." Luo Qianxue nodded. But she was still worried and said, "Qin Feiyang, don't say I didn't warn you in advance. Our treasure pavilion is in every corner of the county of Yen. Even the royal family doesn't dare to offend us. You better not hurt Qinzhu, or I will kill you even if you run to the end of the world. I don't need you to remind me." Qin Feiyang said indifferently, turned to Wolf King and smiled. "Let's go!" "Oh, woo!" Wolf King growled, turned around, and ran toward the exit with the pack of wolves. Qin Feiyang also knocked the girl out with one palm. He hugged the girl and said without looking back, "Master Lin, don't think that you have a chance to soar just because you are related to the main family of the Yen city. Let me give you a piece of advice. You better keep a low profile. Otherwise, in the end, it will be all for nothing. And Lin Bailey, if you are considered a genius, then in my opinion, the Yen city is nothing. Go back to the Yen city quickly. Maybe there is a chance to reattach your broken arm." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward and quickly disappeared into the night. Chapter 33. After Qin Feiyang left, everyone was silent. Their expressions were very ugly. Especially the head of the Lin clan and Lin Bailey. Before they came, they were full of confidence. But they didn't expect it to be like this. Not only did they fail to get rid of Qin Feiyang, but they also lost all the one-star martial masters of the Lin clan. Such a heavy loss was unprecedented for the Lin clan. Lin Bailey suddenly looked at Luo Qianxue and said in a deep voice, "Luo Qianxue, you have to give me an explanation." If Luo Qianshue's daughter hadn't been captured, Qin Feiyang would have been killed by the third hall master, and the one-star martial masters of the Lin clan wouldn't have died. So, he put the blame on Luo Qianxue. But Luo Qianxue was also angry. Hearing this, she couldn't help but laugh. She turned to look at Lin Bailey and the head of the Lin clan with cold eyes. "If you hadn't begged me to come and help, would Qinzhu and I be here? Now Qinzhu was taken away by Qin Feiyang, and we don't know if she's dead or alive. Now I have to be blamed by you. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Lin Bailey, don't think that just because you're from the Lin clan of Yen City, the people of Iron Bull Town have to obey you. Let me tell you, you're not qualified. And head of the Lin clan, let me put it bluntly. If anything happens to Qinzhu, not only will I kill Qin Feiyang, but I'll also kill the entire Lin clan to accompany Qinzhu. Even the Lin clan of Yen City won't be able to get away from this." Luo Qianshue's voice was fierce and domineering. She was simply a heroine, which made people look askance. Lin Bailey and the head of the Lin clan turned green and red, and their eyes were burning with anger. The atmosphere at the scene became extremely heavy. Okay, I know everyone is in a bad mood now. Let's not talk too much. Yes, let's be considerate." Seeing that the situation was not good, the third hall master and the martial arts hall master quickly stood out to mediate the situation. Otherwise, with Luo Qianshue's character, she would really kill Lin Bailey and the head of the Lin clan. "Humph!" Lin Bailey snorted coldly and walked to the side. He grabbed the severed arm and said, "Uncle Lin, take Little Red. Let's go." The head of the Lin family asked. "What about Qin Feiyang?" Lin Bailey said. "It's dark everywhere now. Finding him is harder than ascending to heaven. Let's wait until dawn." The third hall master said in a deep voice. "There is no need to wait until dawn. If I remember correctly, that pack of white wolves came from the Wolf Valley. Qin Feiyang must have gone to the Wolf Valley." "Wolf Valley?" Lin Bailey frowned. He had just arrived at the Iron Ox town, so he didn't know much about the Wolf Valley. However, the head of the Lin family knew and said, "Bailey, go back and recuperate. Wait for my news. Bring me his head." Lin Bailey said word by word, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Definitely." The head of the Lin family nodded. "So." Lin Bailey turned around and quickly disappeared. The third palace master said, "In Chuan, Lu Yun, you two return as well." He was worried that the previous situation would happen again. After seeing Qin Feiyang's strength, Lu Yun and Yin Chuan also knew that they would only be a burden if they followed. Therefore, they didn't complain and quickly chased after Lin Bailey. The head of the Zhao family said to the girl beside him, "Shuanger, you go back as well." This girl was called Zhao Shuanger. She was the pearl of the Zhao family and the granddaughter of the head of the Zhao family. She was 15 years old and had a slim and elegant appearance. Her long black hair was draped over her shoulders and swayed with the wind. Her pair of moving eyes were as clear as a mirror. Usually, she would also listen to the head of the Zhao family, but this time, she shook her head and refused. The head of the Zhao family said anxiously, "Shuanger, listen to me and go back quickly." Zhao Shuanger turned a deaf ear and looked at the third palace master and the others. She bowed and said, "Uncles, my grandfather and I have something to do and have to go back immediately. We won't be going to the Wolf Valley." The third palace master and the others immediately looked at the grandfather and granddaughter pair. Shuanger. The head of the Zhao family frowned and was about to say something. However, Zhao Shuanger smiled at him and said, "Grandfather, let's go back." After saying that, she dragged the head of the Zhao family and walked towards the entrance of the lake. "Humph, timid people will never amount to anything." The head of the Lin family glanced at the grandfather and granddaughter pair with disdain. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes and he suddenly slapped Xiao Hong's head. "Ah!" Xiao Hong screamed on the spot and fell to the ground dead. Zhao Shuanger's two beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly. She turned to look at the head of the Lin family and said, "Uncle Lin, she was also forced by Qin Feiyang. You don't have to kill her, right?" The head of the Lin family shouted, "Even your grandfather has no right to interfere in the affairs of the Lin family, let alone a junior like you. Get lost. Sorry for offending you." Zhao Shuanger apologized and then pulled the head of the Zhao family and walked towards the entrance without looking back. "Let's go too," Luo Qianxue said. Whoosh! Luo Qianxue, the head of the Lin family, the third hall master, and the martial arts hall master all stepped forward and rushed towards the Wolf Valley. Seeing the four people disappear, the head of the Zhao family pulled back his arm and looked at Zhao Shuanger angrily. He said, "Shuanger, you are really silly. This is a good opportunity to curry favor with the big forces. Why did you stop your grandfather?" Zhao Shuanger smiled playfully and hugged the old man's arm again. She said, "Grandfather, don't be angry. I have a reason for doing this." "What reason?" The head of the Zhao family was puzzled. "The difference is too big. The Pill Hall, the Martial Arts Hall, the Treasure Pavilion, and the Lin family all have strong backers behind them. They are not afraid of Qin Feiyang or even Qin Yuan. But our Zhao family is just a small family in the Iron Ox town. Facing Qin Yuan, a war emperor level elite, we have no power to resist at all. So, it's better not to get involved. Otherwise, you will attract trouble," Zhao Shuanger said. The patriarch of the Zhao family seemed to have been enlightened, suddenly coming to a realization. Yes. Not to mention Qin Yuan, just Qin Feiyang was not someone the Zhao family could compete with. Zhao Shuanger asked, "Grandfather, do you still blame me now?" "Of course not." The head of the Zhao family shook his head. His face was full of doting. Suddenly, there was a sneer on his old face, and he said disdainfully, "The people in the town only know that Lin Yi, Chao Lang, Lu Yun, and Yin Chuan are geniuses, but they don't know that my granddaughter is the real talent." Zhao Shuanger blushed and said, "Grandfather, keep your voice down." But at this moment, a faint laughter sounded from behind the two. "Hee hee, it's wonderful. I didn't expect there to be such a smart woman in the Iron Ox town. There was a hint of surprise in the words. Qin Feiyang. The grandfather and granddaughter looked at each other and suddenly turned around. They saw two black shadows walking out of a dense bush. It was Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. After leaving before, he did plan to go to the Wolf Valley. But when he thought that the people of the Iron Ox town were no strangers to the Wolf Valley, they were likely to go to the Wolf Valley. Therefore, he temporarily changed his mind and went to the back, letting the other white wolves lurk behind the mountain to guard Luo Qianshue's daughter. He and Wolf King sneaked in here without anyone noticing and hid in the darkness. Sure enough, it was as he expected. Luo Qianxue and the others really went to the Wolf Valley. He came out now just to see if Lil Hong could be saved. Qin Feiyang said. White-eyed wolf, go and take a look. The Wolf King dashed toward the servant girl like a wisp of smoke. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He used smoke steps and rushed toward Zhao Shuanger. Qin Feiyang, what do you want to do? The head of the Zhao family hurriedly protected Zhao Shuanger behind him as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Get out of my way! Qin Feiyang yelled. The head of the Zhao family's face sank, and true energy emerged from his hands. But suddenly, Zhao Shuanger reached out and gently pushed the head of the Zhao family away. She looked at Qin Feiyang. True energy filled the palm of her right hand. Approaching, Qin Feiyang punched out. Zhao Shuanger also threw out a palm. Bang! The fist and the palm collided. At that moment, Qin Feiyang's body shook and he took 3 steps back. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. But Zhao Shuanger did not move at all. Interesting. Qin Feiyang wiped off the blood and the corner of his mouth raised slightly. The rushing thunder-killing fist suddenly attacked. But this time, Zhao Shuanger did not fight back, nor did she dodge. She just faced Qin Feiyang calmly. The fist stopped 3 inches away from Zhao Shuanger's cheek. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, Why don't you fight back? Zhao Shuanger said, I'm a 2-star martial master, and I've mastered medium martial arts. In total, I only have the strength of 4 brute elephants. Your fist has the strength of 5 brute elephants. What's the use of fighting back? Qin Feiyang withdrew his fist and stepped back 3 meters, carefully sizing up Zhao Shuanger. This girl usually kept a low profile and never went out. Therefore, in Iron Ox Town, her presence was very low, and almost no one paid attention to her. But he did not expect her talent to be so amazing. At the age of 15, she became a 2-star martial master. Even compared to Lin Bailey, there was not much difference. Because Lin Bailey was only a 3-star martial master. If Zhao Shuanger was given the same amount of resources, she would even surpass Lin Bailey. Qin Feiyang, the Zhao family has no grudges with you. Please be merciful. The head of the Zhao family pleaded. He thought that Qin Feiyang wanted to kill Zhao Shuanger in the cradle. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, saying, Head of the Zhao family, don't be so nervous. Although I, Qin Feiyang, am not a good person, I'm a reasonable person. You didn't continue to chase me, so I naturally won't hurt you. I just want to meet your granddaughter. The head of the Zhao family was stunned, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang said again, But you and your granddaughter are really good at hiding. You actually deceived everyone for more than 10 years. Zhao Shuanger said, Didn't you also deceive everyone for 5 years? Me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. At this time, Wolf King ran over and shook his head at Qin Feiyang. Damn it! Qin Feiyang cursed. He did not expect the head of the Lin family to be so vicious. That maid's death meant that there was no evidence. In that case, he would go and kill Lin Bailey. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He looked at Zhao Shuanger and laughed. Would I tell you that I only cultivated for 6 days? White-eyed wolf, you take Luo Qianshue's daughter now and go to the cave where I healed last time. After I kill Lin Bailey, I'll meet up with you. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he used the smoke-gathering steps and rushed toward the exit. The Wolf King also turned around and quickly melted into the night sky, disappearing without a trace. The head of the Zhao family and Zhao Shuang looked at each other. Chapter 34. Qin Feiyang sped all the way, the Luo Yan's steps pushing his speed to the extreme. Although Lin Baili was a step ahead, he was seriously injured and could not use his full speed. Therefore, before Lin Baili entered the Iron Ox town, Qin Feiyang caught up. Yin Chuan and Lu Yun both followed beside Lin Baili, flattering him. Iron Ox town. It was getting closer and closer. It was only a distance of 300 meters. Lin Baili was still holding that arm in his hand, and the wound on his shoulder was still bleeding. Suddenly, Lin Baili felt a bone-piercing murderous intent coming from behind. He frowned and turned around, only to see a blurry figure sprinting toward him. Who is it? Such a strong murderous intent? Yin Chuan and Lu Yun looked at each other, a trace of surprise in their eyes. The blurry figure was approaching rapidly. It was as if the god of death was approaching. Lin Baili and the other two could not help but feel a strong sense of uneasiness. After a few breaths, the distance between the two was only 20 meters. It's him! Qin Feiyang! Isn't he in the Wolf Valley? Why is he here? Lin Baili and the other two finally saw the person's true face, and their faces were instantly filled with disbelief. Lin Baili, die! Accompanied by a stern shout. Qin Feiyang was like a Rakshasa in the dark night, stepping on the ground with all his strength. With the help of the impact, this step leaped more than 10 meters. At the same time, he pulled out the Chang Shui, revealing his sharpness. He then stomped on the ground and pounced towards Lin Baili. In the blink of an eye, the whole process took less than 3 breaths. Lin Baili's expression changed. He threw away the arm in his hand and grabbed Yin Chuan, forcefully dragging him in front of him. Immediately, he did not even care about that arm and fled towards the Iron Ox town. Puchi! The Chang Shui instantly sank into Yin Chuan's chest. Blood spurted out like a pillar. Ah! Yin Chuan screamed as he struggled. He never thought that Lin Baili would actually use him as a shield. Lu Yun was also dumbfounded and even forgot to escape. However, Qin Feiyang did not pay any attention to him. He pulled out the Chang Shui, pushed Yin Chuan aside, and chased after Lin Baili. Yin Chuan fell to the ground and helplessly extended his hand towards Lu Yun. Save me! Blood kept gushing out from his chest. Lu Yun shuddered and came back to his senses. He hurriedly took out a healing pill and fed it to Yin Chuan. Lin Baili, aren't you very arrogant? Why are you running away now? At this moment, Qin Feiyang sneered. Lu Yun turned his head and saw Qin Feiyang leaping up high and kicking Lin Baili's back. Bang! Lin Baili fell flat on his face and fell to the ground. After Qin Feiyang landed on the ground, he waved the Chang Shui in his hand and cut Lin Baili's hamstring with lightning speed. Ah, don't kill me, Qin Feiyang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. I shouldn't have framed you. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, please spare me. Lin Baili screamed and begged for mercy. One of his arms was broken, and the hamstrings of his feet were cut. He couldn't even crawl now. Qin Feiyang said. So, the poisoning of Lin Yi was really planned by you and Family Master Lin. Yes, it was a trap set by us. He wanted to sever her relationship with you. We forced her. Lin Baili said quickly, not daring to hide anything. She was really forced. Qin Feiyang was absent-minded for a while. He felt a little sad and said, Tell me, why did you force her? Lin Baili said, Because she likes you and refuses to marry into the royal family, so we use your life to threaten her. As long as she is obedient and marries into the royal family after the age of 16, we will not kill you. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands and asked, The last time she gave me the Qiankuan bag, she was caught by her father. Was it also a trap set by you? Yes. We all know that she hasn't given up on you. So we have been monitoring her. When we found that she was stealing gold coins and medicinal pills at home, we knew that she was going to send them to you. So, we beat her at her own game and used this to threaten you. Lin Baili said. At the moment of life and death, he spilled everything. It turns out that I misunderstood her. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. He clenched his fists tightly. Because he used too much strength, his nails had already sunk into his flesh and blood was flowing. You are really unscrupulous. Yi is a very simple and kind girl. Have you ever thought about how much damage this will do to her? As her family, don't you know that this is crueler than killing her? Qin Feiyang roared, and a monstrous murderous aura erupted from his body. He had never wanted to kill a person as much as he did now. This murderous intent was even stronger than when he killed Ma Hongmei. I know I was wrong, please forgive me, I swear, I will never stop you and Yi in the future. Lin Bailey begged again and again. That terrifying murderous aura enveloped him, making him feel as if he was in the abyss. His body and mind trembled. You have no chance. What you have done cannot be forgiven. Only death can atone for your sins. When the last word fell, he held the Chang Shui in his hand and mercilessly stabbed it into the back of Lin Bailey's head. Ah! Accompanied by a shrill scream, Lin Bailey died on the spot. Don't kill me. Seeing Lin Bailey die, Lu Yun's face was pale and his heart kept muttering. Whoosh! Suddenly, Qin Feiyang held the Chang Shui and rushed towards Iron Ox Town. Lu Yun suddenly sat on the ground. It was also at this moment Zhao Shuanger and the Zhao family's head rushed over. When they saw Lin Bailey lying in a pool of blood, their faces turned pale. This person was really a man of his words. The Zhao family's head asked, Lu Yun, what happened just now? Lu Yun said in horror, It's Qin Feiyang. He killed Lin Bailey and almost killed Yin Xuan. He is a devil. It's too terrifying. He actually stabbed the back of Lin Bailey's head. It's too cruel. Zhao Shuang asked. Then where did he go now? Lu Yun shook his head and said, He went to the town. I don't know what he is going to do, Grandpa, he is already too frightened. We can't get anything out of him. Let's go to the town and take a look, Zhao Shuang said. The Zhao family's head nodded. The two of them hurriedly ran towards the town. Lin family. Qin Feiyang's entire body was surrounded by murderous aura. Like a killing god, he came to the door. Qin Feiyang, why are you here? The two servants looked as if they had seen a ghost. Their faces were pale. Get lost! Qin Feiyang shouted coldly. He stepped up the stairs and walked towards the closed door. Qin Feiyang, let's talk nicely. Yes. We are very grateful that you gave us a raise. But don't make it difficult for us. The two of them hurriedly said. If you don't get lost, I will kill you. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them. His eyes were cold and piercing. The two of them trembled and quickly retreated to the side. Qin Feiyang walked to the front door. He smashed the door with a punch and went straight to the backyard. The servants of the Lin family that he met along the way were all frightened by him and kept retreating. The attic in the middle of the night was like a lonely grave. It was sitting alone among the flowers and plants, exuding a kind of desolate atmosphere. Yi, are you there? Qin Feiyang stood below the attic. He looked up at a window with a faint candlelight and called softly. In the room. Lin Yi sat alone on the bed, hugging her knees with both hands. Her thin body was curled up. The smile and vitality of the past were gone. Only helplessness and melancholy were left. Brother Feiyang. After hearing Qin Feiyang's voice, she was refreshed. She hurriedly got out of bed and opened the window. The familiar figure suddenly came into sight. Qin Feiyang's face also eased a lot. He smiled and said, Girl, come down. Lin Yi looked at him blankly for a moment. She shook her head and said, We have all sworn that we will never contact each other again. If we violate the oath, we will be punished by God. You should go. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Don't worry. There will be no punishment. Even if there is, I will help you bear it. Lin Yi's tender body trembled. Tears burst out of her eyes, but she did not move for a long time. Qin Feiyang finally lost his patience. He leaped and landed directly on the balcony on the second floor. Then, he broke the door and entered. Follow me. He grabbed Lin Yi's hand and turned away. Why? Lin Yi broke free and asked. Qin Feiyang said. Lin Bailey told me everything. I'm really sorry. I misunderstood you. How could he tell you? Lin Yi was surprised. I have already killed him. Qin Feiyang said in an understatement. What? Lin Yi's face instantly turned as pale as paper. Her body was shaking. She said angrily, Why are you so stupid? Do you know how powerful the Lin family in Yan City is? They have the royal family behind them. Even if there is Uncle Yuan, you are not their opponent. Qin Feiyang said disdainfully. It's just a royal family. Hi, Qin Feiyang, don't put them in my eyes. Lin Yi was shocked. After not seeing him for a few days, the person in front of her seemed to have changed. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Don't be in a daze. Come with me. I will protect you in the future, just like how you protected me before. Lin Yi asked, Do you like me? Qin Feiyang said without hesitation, I like you. I have always regarded you as a sister. You know, I don't want this kind of love. Lin Yi shook her head. Her cheeks were full of disappointment. Qin Feiyang was silent. Lin Yi sighed faintly and shook her head. I won't go with you. Because if I leave, the Lin family in Yan City will not let my father go. I can't be so selfish. Lin family in Yan City. Qin Feiyang's eyes burst into a strong cold light. This Lin family seems to have to be eliminated. Brother Feiyang, you don't have to think about me. You can't provoke the Lin family in Yan City. I have already accepted my fate. What's more, for a woman like me who has no status and no background, it is a blessing to marry into the royal family. Lin Yi smiled, but she was obviously forcing a smile. She was full of helplessness. Phew. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, touched Lin Yi's head, and smiled. Don't worry, I am here. After that, he turned and walked out of the room, jumped down from the terrace, and walked outside. Lin Yi stood in front of the window, watching silently. Tears fell like rain. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang stopped, looked back at Lin Yi and asked, Do you believe that I will poison you? Lin Yi shook her head. That's enough. Chapter 35. Walking out of the Lin family, Qin Feiyang and Zhao Shuang bumped into each other. What are you doing at the Lin family? The Zhao family's family head was surprised. Does it have anything to do with you? Qin Feiyang glanced at the two faintly and walked out of the town. Qin Feiyang, wait. Zhao Shuang hurriedly said. Just say it. Qin Feiyang did not look back, let alone stop. Is what you said true? How can it be done in 6 days? Zhao Shuang asked. Have you heard of the old saying, curiosity kills the cat? Qin Feiyang said without looking back, then quickly disappeared at the end of the street. This person is so mysterious. Zhao Shuang murmured, with strong curiosity in her eyes. Seeing this, the Zhao family's family head's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly said, Shuanger, Qin Feiyang is not a simple person. Don't provoke him. Grandpa, don't worry. I know what to do and what not to do. Let's go home. Zhao Shuang smiled playfully. She hugged the old arm of the Zhao family's family head and walked in the direction of the Zhao family. They talked and laughed along the way. But Qin Feiyang was silent along the way. All these years, he had always regarded Lin Yi as his best friend. He never thought of being lovers with her. Originally, he thought that Lin Yi thought the same. However, he did not expect that Lin Yi's thoughts were completely opposite from his. Love? Lovers? He did not dare to think about these complicated things, nor did he want to think about them. The only thing he wanted to do now was to make himself stronger as soon as possible, return to the capital, and take back everything that belonged to him. As for Lin Yi's feelings for him, he could only silently apologize. But he would not sit idly by. He had lived in the imperial palace since he was a child. He knew the life of the royal family too well. Every day, he would face intrigue. Even if he did not provoke others, others would not let him go. It could be said that living in the royal family was equivalent to living on the edge of a knife. He could be plotted against by others at any time. Linny was too simple and kind. It was impossible for her to survive in that cruel environment. The most important thing was that Linny herself did not want to marry into the royal family. County of Yan City. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. The Great Qin Empire ruled over 9 prefectures and 18 counties. The county of Yan was one of them. In fact, the predecessors of the 18 counties were 18 huge kingdoms. Later on, it was unified by the ancestors of the Qin clan and incorporated into the territory of the Great Emperor Empire. After that, it was changed to a prefecture, and the rulers of the 18 countries were conferred the title of prefecture king. As a result, there were now 18 commandery princes in charge of 18 counties. Qin Feiyang was in Iron Ox Town, which belonged to the county of Yan. The lord of the county of Yan was known as the King of Yan, who ruled over his people. Yan City was the capital of the county of Yan. As for the Dan Hall, Martial Arts Hall, and Precious Treasure Pavilion, Qin Feiyang was also very clear about them. The 3 major forces were spread throughout every city in the Grand Qin Empire, and their foundations were extremely solid. However, it was also controlled by the imperial power. To put it bluntly, the person behind the 3 major forces was actually the emperor of the Grand Qin Empire. In other words, he was Qin Feiyang's father. All in all, in the territory of the Grand Qin Empire, the imperial power represented supremacy, and no matter who it was, they had to obey. Since the beginning of time, no one dared to challenge the imperial power. No matter how big the world was, it was the land of the emperor. All the people on the shore of the land were the subjects of the emperor. Logically speaking, with such a terrifying background, even if Qin Feiyang was expelled from the imperial capital, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state today. However, what threatened Qin Feiyang was the imperial power. In other words, he wanted to return to the imperial capital and take back everything. He had to compete with the imperial power. This road was destined to be difficult. He might even lose his life. Therefore, emotions were a burden to him. And to return to the imperial capital, Yan City was the only way. Sooner or later, he would have to face the Lin family of Yan City and the royal family of the county of Yan. He pondered along the way. Unknowingly, Qin Feiyang arrived in front of the cave. Dozens of white wolves were hiding nearby, their fangs were dense, and their eyes emitted a dark green light, which looked extremely terrifying in the dark night. Walking into the cave, the girl was lying quietly on the ground, as if she was in a deep sleep. Wolf King was lying on the side, eyeing covetously. "Oh, seeing Qin Feiyang coming in, Wolf King got up and growled at him with a questioning look in his eyes. "It's settled." Qin Feiyang laughed. "Oh, Wolf King growled again. After a long time, Qin Feiyang finally guessed what Wolf King wanted to express. Wolf King was asking him what his plan was next. "Let's find Uncle Yuan first. I wonder where he is now. It's really worrying." Qin Feiyang was worried. Wolf King ran out of the cave and howled at the night sky. The wolf pack hiding nearby immediately dispersed and disappeared in all directions. Qin Feiyang came behind Wolf King and asked, "Are you asking them to find Uncle Yuan?" Wolf King nodded. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang was grateful. Wolf King cracked a smile, as if saying, "Why are you being so polite with me?" Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. Without any fear, he stretched out his hand and stroked the Wolf King's head, saying, "After we find Uncle Yuan, I'll think of a way to find a beast spirit pill. At that time, we'll be able to communicate telepathically and won't have to guess like now." Wolf King's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. "Beast spirit pill is extremely precious. You can't find it in Iron Ox Town." At this moment, a very pleasant voice came from behind, like the sound of nature. Wolf King immediately turned his head, bared his teeth, and revealed a fierce light in his eyes. Qin Feiyang also turned around and saw that the girl had woken up and was walking out of the cave. The girl was about 1.7 meters tall, slim, and waterfall-like long hair, a little messy, but there were still bloodstains on her face and clothes, so that people couldn't distinguish her appearance. However, when he was at the Lin family in the lake, he noticed this girl. Whether it was her appearance or temperament, she was not inferior to Zhao Shuang and Lin Yi. But there was one thing he was very confused about. In the 5 years in Iron Ox Town, he had never heard that Luo Qianxue had a daughter who suddenly appeared at night. "Are you really Luo Qianxue's daughter?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Yes, it's just that I have been in Star Moon City since I was young. I just came here yesterday, so it's normal that you don't know." The girl's tone was very calm. If she wiped off the bloodstains on her body, it was not difficult to imagine that she was definitely a well-educated, gentle, and polite woman. Star Moon City. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Star Moon City was famous in the county of Yan, and its scale was second only to Yan City. It seemed that this girl's origin was not simple. "You can go." Qin Feiyang stepped aside and also let Wolf King step back. "You let me go just like that?" The girl looked surprised and asked, "Aren't you afraid that I will reveal your hiding place?" "You can try." A faint smile crept onto Qin Feiyang's face. The girl looked at him deeply and said, "Do you know Lin Bailey's identity? Is it important?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Of course it is important. He is the youngest son of the Lin family in Yan City. You broke his arm, so I'm afraid that his future will not be easy." The girl smiled meaningfully. "Really?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The girl nodded. "Then this is not good. Because I killed him before coming here. What should I do? The Lin family in Yan City is so powerful. How can I live? How about I go and apologize?" Qin Feiyang was very anxious, but there was a trace of sarcasm in his eyes. "You killed him?" The girl was shocked. This guy was too bold, wasn't he? Was this something that could be solved by an apology? She was about to say something, but suddenly she noticed the sarcasm in Qin Feiyang's eyes. Then she understood. This guy didn't care at all. He was just teasing her. "You're too much." The young girl glared fiercely at Qin Feiyang, then directly walked past the man and the wolf. Qin Feiyang said, "By the way, what's your name?" "Luo Qinzhu." The young girl responded without turning her head. She then quickly entered the forest and disappeared without a trace. "Luo Qinzhu? Why does she have the same surname as Luo Qianxue?" Qin Feiyang was a little stunned. Then he took out the castle from his Qianquan bag, and his eyes were shining. "White-eyed wolf, I'll take you to a magical place. Come in." Qin Feiyang greeted and turned to walk into the cave. Wolf King strode in and looked at Qin Feiyang and the castle with suspicion. "You'll know later." Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously and bit his finger. A drop of blood fell on the castle. In the blink of an eye, the blood merged with the castle. The castle also bloomed with strands of black divine light. It looked particularly mysterious. At the same time, Qin Feiyang had a wonderful feeling in his heart. He felt that the castle seemed to have merged with him, as if it was a part of his body. He tried to move his mind. Swish! The ancient castle immediately turned into a stream of light and entered the space between his eyebrows. It did not leave any trace and disappeared without a trace. The alpha wolf's pupils constricted and its massive pupils were filled with shock. Qin Feiyang moved his mind again. The castle came out of his glabella again and floated in front of him. He touched his glabella and his eyes shone with a strange light. His glabella was intact without the slightest scar. And when the castle entered his glabella, he didn't feel any pain. "Is it really a part of my body now?" Qin Feiyang murmured. Since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it and put the castle into his glabella again. "Don't be nervous." Then he bent down and patted Wolf King's head. He grabbed the fur on Wolf King's back and moved his mind. At that moment, a man and a wolf disappeared without a trace. And even the castle disappeared. In fact, the castle didn't disappear. It just turned into a speck of dust and floated quietly in the void. Internal space. Wolf King and Qin Feiyang looked around in surprise when they first came in. Take your time. Qin Feiyang smiled and walked straight to the front of the altar. He looked at the iron box on top of it. Uncle Yuan asked him to take a look at the iron book inside when he had time. There must be a reason. Huh! However, he saw an envelope next to the iron box. When I came in last time, it didn't seem to be here? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. He didn't care about the envelope for the time being and reached out to open the iron box. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open the iron box. By the way, Uncle Yuan seemed to say that it can only be opened with my blood. He bit his finger again and dripped a drop of blood on the iron box. Click! The iron box opened quickly. The iron book once again appeared in his line of sight. And this time, there was no elixir to distract his attention. He clearly saw 4 bold words on the cover of the iron book. Chapter 36. The 4 words were like iron hooks and silver strokes, emitting a vicissitude, ancient and grand aura. Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. Looking at these 4 words, he felt as if he had entered a vast world, and a sense of insignificance arose spontaneously. It was really hard to imagine. What kind of treasure did Uncle Yuan leave for him? He stretched out his trembling hand, wanting to grab the iron book. However, Qin Feiyang shockingly discovered that the iron book seemed to weigh millions of pounds, and he couldn't pick it up. He retracted his arm, took a few deep breaths, and tried to pick up the iron book again. The result? It still didn't work. Even the iron box, he couldn't move it at all. Strange. Qin Feiyang frowned. He tried again with all his strength, and seeing that he still couldn't do anything, he simply gave up and tried to open the cover of the iron book. The cover could be opened. The page was also an iron sheet, thin as a cicada's wing. There was a word engraved on it. Return. This word, like a dragon flying and a phoenix dancing, contained a great power. When Qin Feiyang's gaze came into contact with this word, the blood in his body quickly solidified. Invisible and mysterious auras crazily attacked his mind. He felt that his soul was about to break out of his body. A strong fear, a threat of death, like a tide, rushed to his heart. He hurriedly moved his gaze away. His whole body was already drenched in sweat. Qin Feiyang was shocked. How powerful was the person who engraved this word? Every stroke was filled with an incomparable sharpness. He had never seen such terrifying power before. Phew! 10 breaths later, Qin Feiyang finally calmed down the fear in his heart, let out a long breath, and looked at the page again. But this time, he didn't look at the word return. Under the word return, there were a few lines of small words. Qin Feiyang continued to read, and a trace of surprise gradually climbed up on his face. Until the end. The surprise turned into ecstasy. It turned out that the first word of the 6-word divine formula was return. It was called the Huan formula. According to what was recorded on the iron sheet, the return formula possessed a terrifying divine power. It was able to give one a taste of their own medicine. In other words, as long as he mastered the return formula, he would be able to reflect all of his opponent's strength and counterattack. Qin Feiyang's body trembled as if he had found a precious treasure. Who would have thought that this 6-word divine formula was actually so terrifying? He eagerly turned to the second page. But in the end, he found that he couldn't flip to the second page. What happened? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a small line of words at the bottom of the first page. Only after breaking through to the Battle King realm can you open the second page. He took a closer look. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. It turned out that he had to break through to the Battle King realm in order to open the second page. War King realm? It won't take long. Qin Feiyang looked expectant. If the first word was already so powerful, the second word would definitely be even more powerful. He calmed himself down. He began to read the cultivation method of the Huan character formula seriously. Meanwhile, Luo Qianxue and the other 3 appeared at the entrance of the Wolf Valley. After a careful search, not to mention Qin Feiyang, they didn't even find a wolf. Filled with anger, the four of them rushed back to the Iron Ox town without stopping. When she saw Luo Qingzhu standing at the entrance of the town, Luo Qianxue was extremely surprised. However, when the Lin family patriarch heard the news of Lin Baili's death, he was both shocked and furious. He didn't expect that Qin Feiyang would actually come back. Moreover, when Qin Feiyang killed Lin Baili, Lu Yun heard everything that Lin Baili said. When he told the truth, the Lin family patriarch immediately became the target of public criticism. The three magnates even turned hostile on the spot. Luo Qianxue threatened to cut off all transactions with the Lin family. The third hall master and the martial arts hall master also said that the people of the Iron Ox town's Lin family could forget about entering the Pill Hall and the martial arts hall in the future. In other words, they had been banned by the three magnates. Obviously, the despicable actions of the Lin family patriarch made the three magnates completely furious. Good and evil will eventually be repaid. This sentence was indeed reasonable. The Lin family patriarch returned to the Lin family with his tail between his legs. However, not only did he not repent, but his resentment towards Qin Feiyang became even stronger. No matter how Lin Yi persuaded him, he didn't listen. He even slapped Lin Yi in public. Lin Yi returned to the backyard in a fit of anger and closed the door. The Lin family patriarch racked his brains to think about how to kill Qin Feiyang. In addition, Lin Baili died in the Iron Ox town. He needed to give an explanation to the main family. But how should he explain? There was a secret room under the Lin family. Only the Lin family patriarch knew about this secret room. At this moment, he came to this secret room. Inside the secret room, it was very simple. There was only one altar with a transparent crystal placed on it. It was as big as an egg. It was simple and unadorned. The Lin family patriarch stood in front of the altar and looked at the transparent crystal. There was a look of struggle in his eyes. In the end, he gritted his teeth and reached out to press on the crystal. True energy gushed out and poured into the crystal. Buzz! After 3 breaths, the crystal suddenly shone brightly. Immediately after, a figure appeared above the crystal. It was a middle-aged man, wearing a purple gold robe, with a square face. He was majestic without being angry. The Lin family patriarch hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Greetings to the main family's patriarch. That's right. This person was the patriarch of Yan City's Lin family, Lin Han. Although it was just a shadow, the Lin family patriarch could still feel a terrifying pressure. Lin Han looked down at the Lin family patriarch condescendingly and said indifferently, "What's the matter?" The Lin family patriarch said, "I do have one thing to report to you." Lin Han said, "If you have something to say, say it quickly." Bai Li is dead. The Lin family patriarch hesitated for a long time before saying this sentence. What? Lin Han flew into a rage and shouted, "How did he die?" "He was killed by a young man named Qin Feiyang." The head of the Lin family explained the whole story in detail to Lin Fan. Qin Feiyang. Lin Han gritted his teeth, and a shocking killing intent appeared in his eyes. He looked at the Lin family patriarch and said, "I'll immediately bring people to Iron Ox Town and will arrive before dawn. You'd better find the whereabouts of Qin Feiyang before I arrive. Otherwise, there's no need for your Iron Ox Town branch to exist." After that, the illusory figure automatically dissipated. "Where can I find Qin Feiyang?" The Lin family patriarch clenched his fists, and his heart was furious to the extreme. But he still had to find him. After leaving the secret room, he ordered all the disciples and servants of the Lin family to move out, each holding a torch and searching the mountains and plains. At the same time, Treasure Pavilion. Luo Qingzhu carried a bowl of hot porridge and walked into a room. In the room, Luo Qianxue sat at the table, seemingly thinking about something. Luo Qingzhu put the hot porridge on the table, walked behind Luo Qianxue, gently rubbed Luo Qianxue's shoulder, and asked, "Mother, since you came back, you've been worried. What are you thinking about?" "Sigh." Luo Qianxue sighed and said, I can't figure out why the Lin family patriarch did this. Is it really so important to let Lin Yi join the royal family? Luo Qingzhu smiled and said, Everyone has their own ideas and pursuits. Why should mother worry about this matter? Luo Qingzhu said. Although it's true, I just don't like his style. Qin Feiyang is also quite good. He's more than enough to match Lin Yi. What else is he not satisfied with? If it were me, as long as my children are happy, it doesn't matter what his background is. Yes, yes, yes. You are the best mother in the world. It's almost dawn. Have some hot porridge and have a good rest. Luo Qingzhu said. Qingzhu, do you know where Qin Feiyang is? Luo Qingzhu asked. In. Luo Qingzhu nodded, but then reacted and asked, Mother, what do you want to do? Luo Qingzhu said. Since we wronged Qin Feiyang, we should apologize to him and give him some compensation. Him? What an arrogant guy. I think it's better to forget it. Luo Qingzhu pouted. You can't do that. The first rule of the people of Zhenbao Pavilion is to have a clear conscience. Besides, he kidnapped you and didn't hurt you at all. When the sun rises, take 500 Qi gathering pills and go find him. Say sorry to him on my behalf. Luo Qingzhu smiled. Okay. Luo Qingzhu nodded. Castle. Inside the castle, Qin Feiyang looked at the first page of the iron-bound book and was in a daze. After reading it carefully, he found that the cultivation method of the Huan character formula was completely different from the cultivation method of martial arts. Martial arts required the coordination of human limbs, and after a long time of practice, it could finally be mastered. But the Huan character formula was to write. Using true energy, he just had to write the word Huan on the iron-bound book once. As long as he wrote it successfully, he would master the Huan character formula. Isn't this too simple? He could write when he was 3 years old. He could write it with his eyes closed. Is this really the case? Qin Feiyang was seriously doubtful. After he confirmed it again and again, he did not see it wrong. It was indeed written. Isn't it just copying it? It's simple. He smiled confidently and stretched out his arm. True energy appeared on the tip of his index finger, and he pressed it on the word Huan on the iron-bound book, ready to write the whole word in one go. However, when he was about to write the first stroke, he was surprised to find that his finger couldn't move. How could this be? He frowned and slightly increased his strength, but still couldn't move it. At last, he gritted his teeth and blue veins popped out. He exerted all his strength, but still couldn't move it a little bit. It felt as if his fingertips were stuck to the iron-bound book. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Suddenly, he raised his arm and waved his index finger in the void. In the blink of an eye, a word Huan made of true energy appeared. The whole process didn't drag at all. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He could write it in one go in the void, but on the iron-bound book, he couldn't even move it. What was going on? He looked at the word Huan on the iron-bound book, looked at his fingers, and finally smiled bitterly. It seemed that he underestimated the cultivation method of the Huan character formula. Chapter 37. After sorting out his feelings, Qin Feiyang pressed his finger on the first stroke of the word return and continued to write. This was a very dry and boring task that consumed a lot of true qi. In less than 100 breaths, the true qi in his body was almost exhausted. After taking all the remaining 10 qi gathering pills and replenishing his true qi, he continued to write. However, these qi gathering pills were simply a drop in the bucket. When his true qi was exhausted again, he could only leave the castle and absorb the essence of heaven and earth to replenish his true qi. If this continues, I don't know when I can master the return formula. It seems that I have to find more qi gathering pills, Qin Feiyang muttered. After writing for so long, he couldn't even write the first stroke. He was quite helpless. Time flew. The sky began to turn white. Luo Qingzhu was ordered by her mother to leave Iron Ox Town with 500 qi gathering pills and go to find Qin Feiyang. But about an hour after she left, a voice suddenly rang out. A black shadow surged from the distant sky. It was as fast as lightning. In almost 10 breaths, it arrived above the Lin family. There were 15 black eagles. When they spread their wings, they were 5 or 6 meters long. Their ferocious aura spread in all directions. The leading eagle was even larger. It was more than 10 meters long. Its black eyes were like 2 sharp blades, emitting a shocking light. Just a glance was enough to make people panic. These eagles were called iron eagles. They were ferocious birds. Not only were they extremely fast, but their feathers were as hard as steel. They were also extremely ferocious. On the back of each iron eagle, there was a figure standing proudly. They were expressionless, like gods of death descending. Their bodies were murderous and the aura they exuded was unfathomable. The leader was the head of the Lin family in Yen City, Lin Han. He was like a king, looking down at Iron Ox Town below. His eyes were extremely sharp. The appearance of these people alarmed everyone in Iron Ox Town. Greetings to the head of the main family. The head of the Lin family ran out immediately and knelt on the ground with incomparable respect. Lin Han said, "Have you found Qin Feiyang?" The head of the Lin family trembled and hurriedly said, "I am incompetent. Please punish me." After saying this, a bone-piercing chill came from all directions. The head of the Lin family felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His face instantly turned pale. He greets the head of the main family. "I beg the head of the family to spare my father." At this moment, Lin Yi came to her father, bowed, and said, "Are you Lin Yi?" Lin Han looked her up and down. "Patriarch, she is indeed my daughter," the head of the Lin family hurriedly said. Lin Han nodded. "You do have some beauty. Now, answer me honestly. Do you know where Qin Feiyang is?" "My lord, he doesn't know," Lin Yi said respectfully. "Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know?" Lin Han's eyes flashed with a cold light. "He can swear that she really doesn't know," Lin Yi said. "I don't think you would dare to lie to me." Lin Han was incomparably cold and arrogant. His gaze turned and landed on the Lin family's patriarch. He asked, "Where could Qin Feiyang possibly be?" "He's definitely hiding in the nearby mountains," the head of the Lin family said. "What does he look like?" Lin Han asked again. The head of the Lin family stretched out his hand, and true energy gushed out of his index finger. With a wave, a figure of Qin Feiyang condensed from true energy quickly appeared in everyone's sight. Lin Han looked at the portrait of Qin Feiyang, and a terrifying cold light flashed in his eyes. He shouted to the 14 people behind him, "Go and find him immediately. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find him for me." "Yes." The 14 people responded respectfully, then rode the iron eagles under their feet and spread out with Iron Ox Town as the center. Boom! Crack! They were tyrannical and overbearing. Wherever they passed, countless beasts and ferocious beasts were annihilated. Mountains and jungles were wantonly destroyed, leaving behind a mess. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. "Little beast, you dare to kill my son. You must have eaten a leopard's guts. Today, I will let you have no way out." Lin Han smiled coldly. He jumped down from the back of the black eagle and landed steadily in front of the father and daughter of the Lin family. Lin Yi and her father were dumbfounded. One must know that it was a height of 100 meters. He jumped down from such a high place, but he was unscathed and calm. It was unbelievable. Lin Han looked up at the iron eagle and ordered, "Old Black, you go and help to find him." Chirp! The iron eagle made a sharp chirp, flapped its wings, and quickly disappeared into the mountains with a gust of wind. "Head of the main family, please rest in the hall." Lin Yi and her father looked at each other and carefully entertained Lin Han. "I didn't expect Lin Han to come so soon." Treasure Pavilion. Luo Qianxue stood in front of the window, looking in the direction of the Lin family. Her eyes were full of worry. "Qin Zhu, you must be careful." Luo Qingzhu didn't tell her where Qin Feiyang was hiding, so she couldn't send someone to inform her now. At this moment, Luo Qizhu had arrived in front of the cave. But when she walked in and saw that there was no one in the cave, she was stunned. Could it be that this guy has left? She frowned and muttered to herself. Then she turned and walked out of the cave, shouting, "Qin Feiyang, are you still there?" At the same time, in the inner space of the ancient castle, why did I hear Luo Qingzhu's voice? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He turned to look at Wolf King and asked, "Did you hear Luo Qingzhu's voice?" Wolf King nodded. "Ah." Qin Feiyang was surprised. "The sound outside can actually be transmitted in here? But what is this Luo Qingzhu doing here?" He closed the iron book and closed the iron box. With a thought, he appeared in the cave with Wolf King, then strode out of the cave. Sure enough, it's Luo Qingzhu. She stood outside the cave and looked around. Her charming eyes were full of suspicion. "Are you looking for me?" Qin Feiyang stopped at the entrance of the cave and asked. At the same time, he looked around vigilantly. Luo Qingzhu was startled. She turned to look at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King and asked in surprise, "Why did you come out from inside? I didn't see you just now." Qin Feiyang didn't find any traces of other people in the surroundings. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "The white-eyed wolf and I have always been inside and have never left. If you didn't see us, then you must be seeing things." Seeing things? Luo Qingzhu was stunned. Was she really seeing things? What's the matter? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. He didn't want to be entangled in this issue. Lu Yun and Yin Chuan have already told us everything. Now, everyone knows that you were framed by Lin Bailey and Yin Chuan. I came here this time under my mother's orders. She asked me to apologize to you and give you some compensation while I'm at it. Luo Qingzhu took out a qianqun bag and threw it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took it in his hand and was shocked when he saw it. There were so many qi-gathering pills. Lu Yun, Yin Chuan, it seems that I have to thank these two fellows. Qin Feiyang smiled. He didn't have a good impression of Lu Yun and Yin Chuan. The two of them didn't like him either. However, he didn't expect that the two of them would help him clear his name. I'll accept these qi-gathering pills. However, I don't like to reap without sowing. I'll give you the gold coins according to the market price. Qin Feiyang counted carefully. Luo Qingzhu said, "There's no need to count. There are 500 of them." But my mother said, Okay. Thank your mother for me. But I really don't like to owe others." Qin Feiyang quickly counted 1,000 gold coins and emptied a qianqun bag. After putting it in, he stuffed it into Luo Qingzhu's hands. "You are not only arrogant, but also stubborn." Luo Qingzhu was a little helpless. "It's good to be stubborn." Qin Feiyang laughed. "What are your plans now?" Luo Qingzhu rolled her eyes at him, put away the qianqun bag and asked. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said, "Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, there's no need to continue hiding. After a while, I'll go to the nearby cities for a stroll." "That's right. With your talent, Iron Ox Town won't be able to trap you forever. You'll get out sooner or later." Luo Qingzhu nodded. "I'm not from Iron Ox Town. I'm just a passerby here." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Then I wish you good luck. I'll go back first." Luo Qingzhu finished and was about to turn and leave. Boom! Crack! But at this moment, a series of earth-shaking noises came from afar and entered Qin Feiyang's ears. "What's going on?" Two people and one wolf were shocked. They quickly ran to an open area and looked in the direction of the loud noises. An iron eagle galloped over like a bolt of lightning. A man in black clothes was standing on the back of the iron eagle. He looked down coldly and pointed his index finger. Beams of dazzling golden light that carried a terrifying destructive power blasted into the forest below, instantly destroying a large area. Battle Qi. Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. Only battle monarchs could master battle Qi. This meant that the man in black clothes was a battle monarch. Luo Qingzhu said, "They're from Yan City's Lin family. In the entire Yan County, only they have iron eagles as their mounts. I didn't expect them to come so quickly." Qin Feiyang, you better hide immediately. But when she finished speaking and looked around, Qin Feiyang and Wolf King were nowhere to be seen. After knowing that they were from Yan City's Lin family, Qin Feiyang immediately brought Wolf King into the castle without anyone noticing. When did they leave? Luo Qingzhu was stunned. Wasn't that too fast? They didn't even greet me. How rude. She frowned and raised her head to look at the Iron Eagle. She said loudly, I'm Luo Qianxue's daughter. Senior, please be merciful. The man in black clothes heard the voice and was slightly surprised. He looked at Luo Qingzhu and asked, You're the girl called Luo Qingzhu from Xinyue City? That's me. Luo Qingzhu nodded. What are you doing here? The man in black clothes frowned. Luo Qingzhu smiled and said, I had nothing to do, so I walked around and breathed in the fresh air. The man in black clothes said, Then have you seen Qin Feiyang? Qin Feiyang? Luo Qingzhu was stunned and shook her head. No. Chapter 38. Roar! Inside the ancient castle, Wolf King growled at Qin Feiyang, as if asking him if he wanted to save Luo Qingzhu. Don't worry, Qin Feiyang whispered. Luo Qingzhu's background was not simple. The Lin clan was probably just scaring her. If he ran out now, he would drag Luo Qingzhu into this. Outside, hearing the black-clothed man's threatening words, Luo Qingzhu was not nervous in the slightest. She said with a graceful smile, Senior, I indeed don't know where Qin Feiyang is. At that time, Qin Feiyang knocked me unconscious. When I woke up, he was already gone. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Lin clan's clan head and the third hall master. Besides, I still want to settle the score with him. How can I cover for him? She added another sentence. The black-clothed man looked at her for a moment. Seeing that she was not lying, he did not make things difficult for her and said, If you find Qin Feiyang, you must inform us immediately. Okay. Luo Qingzhu nodded. The black-clothed man waved his hand. The iron eagle under his feet spread its wings and flew away. Phew! After watching the man leave, Luo Qingzhu let out a sigh of relief. How did this guy leave? She glanced around and walked towards Iron Ox Town with a stomach full of doubts. This Luo clan's mother and daughter are not bad, Qin Feiyang muttered. No matter what they did at the beginning, after knowing the truth, the first thing they thought of was to apologize. The third hall master and the martial arts hall master did not take any action. This was the difference between people. Similarly, after this incident, he had a whole new level of respect for Luo Qingzhu. Although he could not see the situation outside, she was able to send the black-clothed man away with a few words. It was enough to show that she was very intelligent. He took out his Qianquan bag and smiled brightly. He was worried about not having enough qi-amassing pills, and Luo Qingzhu delivered them to him. For his current situation, it was simply timely help. These elixirs should be enough for me to write the first stroke of the word return. The first stroke was a horizontal line. He moved as he said. He walked to the metal box and was about to bite his finger. But at this moment, Wolf King suddenly growled at him, his eyes filled with anxiety. What happened? Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at it in confusion. Wolf King roared a few times. Seeing that Qin Feiyang still didn't understand, he bit Qin Feiyang's pants and pulled hard. This time, Qin Feiyang understood. Wolf King wanted to go out. But what was he going to do? The people from the Lin clan were still searching the mountain range. What if they encountered them? Wolf King tore even harder. It even tore his pants. Qin Feiyang had no choice but to give up the idea of writing the word return. He brought Wolf King to the empty space. Roar! Wolf King growled and ran towards the left side of the forest. Wait for me. Qin Feiyang growled and hurriedly chased after him. The forest was a complete mess. The corpses of wild beasts were everywhere, and the smell of blood was pungent. The people from the Lin clan of Yan City are too much. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists, his face gloomy. These wild beasts were indirectly killed by him. He admitted that he was ruthless, but compared to these people, he couldn't even compare to 1%. Roar! Wolf King suddenly stopped and stood beside a pile of rocks, howling continuously. Bang, bang, bang! Qin Feiyang slapped, and the rocks flew everywhere. The rocks were gone, and Qin Feiyang was completely stunned. It turned out that there was a white wolf buried in this pile of rocks. The white wolf was covered in blood and had long died. Qin Feiyang finally understood what Wolf King was doing. It was looking for the pack of wolves. The alpha wolf walked to the white wolf's side and raised its front paws to push the white wolf. It let out a whimper as though it was calling for its kin. It sounded more like a sorrowful wail. Bastard, I'll remove your names from the great Qin Empire sooner or later. Qin Feiyang's eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth. His face was extremely ferocious. Roar! Wolf King suddenly raised his head and roared, his sorrow soaring to the sky. Qin Feiyang even found 2 drops of crystal tears at the corner of its eyes. He trembled and hurried to Wolf King's side. He patted its head and blamed himself. Brother Wolf, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If you didn't help me find Uncle Yuan, it wouldn't have died so tragically. Roar, roar. Wolf King growled at it a few times, then shook its head, its eyes emitting a terrifying light. At this moment, Qin Feiyang instantly understood Wolf King's meaning. Wolf King was saying that it had nothing to do with him, and it was all Yen City's Lin clan's fault. It wanted to take revenge. Brother Wolf, don't be impulsive. With our current strength, going to settle the score with them is simply courting death. It's better to wait until we find Uncle Yuan first. Qin Feiyang hurriedly advised. Suddenly, he grabbed Wolf King and entered the castle with a thought. In less than 3 breaths, an iron eagle whistled and hovered in the sky. The black-clothed man standing on the back of the iron eagle glanced below, his brows tightly knitted. Strange, I clearly heard a wolf's howl just now, but why is there only a dead white wolf? He carefully searched the area, and after confirming that there was nothing strange, he rode the iron eagle and whistled away. A moment later, Qin Feiyang appeared again with Wolf King. After burying the white wolf, Wolf King continued to run wildly, looking for other white wolves. Qin Feiyang followed behind it, wanting to say something but hesitating. After running for so long, they didn't meet a single living beast, which was enough to show that the other white wolves were also doomed. But he didn't have the heart to say it. No, now there are Lin clan people everywhere, we can't continue. Qin Feiyang rushed in front of Wolf King, turned around and stopped Wolf King, saying, Stop and listen to me first. Wolf King stopped, gasping for breath, and looked at Qin Feiyang doubtfully. We can't keep looking like this. Let's just go to the cave and wait. If they are still alive, they will definitely come back to find us. But if they don't come to find us, it means. When Qin Feiyang said this, he couldn't continue. Wolf King stared at him for a long time, and then ran toward the cave without saying a word. A man and a wolf returned to the cave, and waited until the sun set in the west, but not a single white wolf returned. Wolf King still didn't give up and continued to wait. Qin Feiyang couldn't persuade him and could only accompany him. The next morning, Qin Feiyang stood up and looked at the mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. He deeply sighed and said, Brother Wolf, although this is very cruel to you, I must still say that they are all dead. Wolf King's huge body trembled violently. Oh, all of a sudden. It got up, looked at the sky, and howled crazily. A monstrous evil aura rushed to the sky. Brother Wolf, I promise you, in less than 2 years, we will directly kill our way into Yen City and flatten the Lin clan. Qin Feiyang also looked at the sun on the horizon, and said word by word. At this moment, he was like a sharp sword unsheathed, emitting a shocking sharpness. Wolf King looked at him with tears in his eyes. Let's go to the castle. Last time I killed Chao Lang and got 300 body-tempering pills, I will give them all to you to refine. After bringing Wolf King into the castle, Qin Feiyang directly took out all the body-tempering pills. Wolf King's eyes lit up. Brother Wolf, We are now friends in adversity, life and death brothers. You must not be polite with me, otherwise I will become hostile," Qin Feiyang said. Wolf King grinned and began to refine the body-tempering pills. Qin Feiyang also took a qi-gathering pill and continued to copy the word return on the iron book. Perhaps it was because the death of the wolf pack stimulated them, but now the man and the wolf were especially motivated. The people of the Lin clan searched the mountain range for 3 days and 3 nights before leaving. The land within a radius of hundreds of miles was completely razed to the ground. Not a single living thing could be found. It was a land of death, filled with a tragic aura. Iron Ox Town. Lin clan. You are all battle kings, but you can't even find a small martial master. What are you all doing? Why did I raise trash like you? Lin Han pointed at the noses of the 14 people and scolded without caring about his image. The 14 people lowered their heads, not daring to breathe loudly. The head of the Lin clan and a group of servants were scared out of their wits. One of them mustered up the courage and said respectfully, "Head, I think that Qin Feiyang might have absconded." Absconded? Lin Han frowned and took a deep breath. He returned to his seat and pondered for a moment before looking up at the head of the Lin clan. "I will return to the Imperial City immediately. Get someone to call ye here." The head of the Lin clan looked at a servant and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Go!" The servant trembled and ran out of the hall as if he was running for his life. Lin Han said, "Lin Wei, Linda, you two stay in Iron Ox Town. If Qin Feiyang comes back, kill him without mercy." "Yes." 2 men in black walked out and bowed. Lin Han said, "The rest of you will follow me back to the Imperial City." "Yes." Everyone replied respectfully. "Lin Chang!" Lin Han suddenly called out a name. The head of the Lin clan trembled and knelt in front of Lin Han, cold sweat pouring down his body. His name was Lin Chang. "Lin Chang, this time, you can only atone for your sins by dying. But for Yi's sake, I can spare your life. But from now on, Lin Yi will be my adopted daughter. She will have nothing to do with you anymore," Lin Han said. "What?" Lin Chang looked at Lin Han in disbelief. "Why? Do you have a problem with that?" Lin Han looked down at him with disdain, as if he was looking at an ant. Lin Chang hurriedly said, "Head of the family, I have worked hard to raise Yi. You can't deprive me of my right to be a father." "Humph!" Lin Han snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? You just want to use Yi to climb up the royal family's relationship and have a meteoric rise from then on. But there are some things that you are not qualified to enjoy." Lin Chang's face suddenly became extremely ugly. That's right. He did think so. But now, Lin Han's condition was tantamount to severing his father-daughter relationship with Lin Yi. In the future, whether Lin Yi could marry into the royal family or not, it had nothing to do with him, let alone getting a share of the pie. How could he agree to this kind of thing? Head of the family. He still wanted to say something. "Shut up! Now you only have 2 choices. First, write a contract immediately to sever your father-daughter relationship. Second, I will kill you now. Give me an answer within 3 breaths." After Lin Han finished speaking, he looked at a man in black next to him. The man understood, pulled out a dagger from his waist, and placed it directly on Lin Chang's neck. Lin Chang trembled physically and mentally. He lowered his head, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. All of a sudden, he remembered what Qin Feiyang said to him by the lake that day. "Head of the Lin family, don't think that you have a chance to have a meteoric rise by climbing up to Yen City's main family. I advise you to keep a low profile, lest you end up with nothing in the end." Sure enough, this sentence came true. At this time, Lin Chang's heart was full of regret. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Chapter 39. 3 breaths passed quickly. Lin Chang asked someone to bring a pen and ink and wrote the contract to sever the father-daughter relationship. The knife was on his neck. Did he dare not to write? Although he was very aggrieved, angry, and unwilling, he could only endure it. As for Lin Yi, she had no right to speak. If she didn't want her father to die, she had to sign the contract obediently. Facing the powerful and overbearing Yan City's main family, the father and daughter had no other choice. After Lin Han put away the contract, he took Lin Yi and his subordinates, as well as Lin Bailey's corpse, stepped on the Iron Eagle, and left. Lin Wei and Lin De were ordered to guard the Lin family in Iron Ox Town. After this incident, Lin Chan no longer respected Yan City's Lin family in his heart, only resentment. He wanted revenge. However, his heart was full of powerlessness. This incident also quickly spread in Iron Ox Town. But no one sympathized with him. They all had a gloating attitude. This was the consequence of his own sins. In the castle. In the past 3 days, Qin Feiyang didn't pay any attention to what was happening outside, he just kept on copying. After breaking through to Martial Master, he used true energy to maintain his vitality. He didn't need to eat every day. 500 Qi gathering pills had been consumed. There was not much true energy left in his body. His efforts were not in vain. The first stroke was about to be copied successfully. There is still one last point. I will succeed! He gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength. The small amount of true qi poured out without reservation. Finally, he copied the first stroke of the word return. That horizontal stroke was condensed by true energy, shining with dazzling brilliance. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. Hard work pays off for those who wait. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, all of a sudden, a powerful aura roared out of his body. His strength was also soaring wildly. What's going on? He was shocked and bewildered. 15,000 genes of strength. 18,000 genes of strength. 20,000 genes of strength. This is the strength of 2 brute elephants. Qin Feiyang was stunned. It was unbelievable to the extreme. He actually broke through to 2-star Martial Master? He stared at the book in a daze, feeling as if he was dreaming. These days, although he had consumed a large amount of qi amassing pills, he had not used them on his cultivation. But how did he break through? Furthermore, this speed seemed to be excessively fast. He clearly remembered that it took him 2 months to break through from a 1-star Martial Master to a 2-star Martial Master. But now, only a few days had passed. Even if his foundation was still there, it was absolutely impossible for him to be this fast. Gradually, in his mind, a thought that made him excited crawled up. Could it be that imitating a stroke would allow him to break through a small realm? It seemed that this was the only reasonable explanation. I didn't expect that copying this word would bring me such benefits. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. While practicing the Huan character formula, he could also increase his cultivation. It could be said that he did not delay either of them, saving him a lot of time. Who? Taking a deep breath, he closed the book, turned to look at Wolf King, and said with a smile, Brother Wolf, have you made any progress in your strength? Wolf King grinned and suddenly jumped, bumping into Qin Feiyang's chest. Caught off guard, Qin Feiyang was directly knocked back a step. The strength of 9 bears! How can there be such a strong strength? Have you broken through to a high-level beast? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Wolf King nodded. Qin Feiyang was extremely envious. 3 days ago, Wolf King was still a mid-level beast, only having the strength of 6 bears. But as soon as he broke through to a high-level beast, he directly had the strength of 9 bears. His strength soared, which was really enviable. However, this also proved that Wolf King's aptitude was not ordinary. Many beasts, after entering the ranks of high-level beasts, basically only had the strength of 7 or 8 bears. Beasts that directly had the strength of 9 bears were still very rare. And this kind of beast would generally have good achievements in the future. 300 body tempering pills, there were still 200 pills left. Qin Feiyang put them all away and then left the castle with Wolf King, rushing towards Iron Ox Town. Absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to replenish his true qi was too slow. He needed a lot of qi gathering pills. Moreover, Wolf King also needed chi gathering pills now. Brother Wolf, have you heard of the Gate of Potential? Qin Feiyang asked. Wolf King was puzzled. On the way, Qin Feiyang told Wolf King the details of the Gate of Potential. After listening, Wolf King was a little tempted, but he was not confident and said that he would talk about it later. Half an hour passed. A man and a wolf walked out of the jungle and stood behind a bush, looking at Iron Ox Town in the distance. I don't know if the Lin family has left, Qin Feiyang murmured. A small town was no different from a dragon's pool or a tiger's den for him. After thinking for a moment, he decided to wait until it was dark to go in. Brother Wolf, let's go to the lake first and see if Uncle Yuan has gone back. A man and a wolf turned around and ran towards the lake. The lake was still there, but the nearby mountains were also raised to the ground. Qin Feiyang searched the surrounding hundreds of meters, but still did not find Uncle Yuan. Where in the world did Uncle Yuan go to? Qin Feiyang was very agitated the whole day. Seeing that the sun was about to set, he sorted out his mood, jumped into the lake and caught a few big fish. The wild fish was very delicious, but a man and a wolf felt that they were chewing wax, tasteless. Did Uncle Yuan leave because he had something to do? No, even if he really had something to do, he would not leave without saying goodbye. In the dead of night, Qin Feiyang looked at the waning moon in the sky, his eyes full of worry. Iron Ox Town in the dead of night was as quiet as stagnant water. Two sneaky black shadows quietly sneaked into the town and went straight to the treasure pavilion. Luo Qianxue and her daughter had already fallen asleep. Creak! Suddenly, there was a sound of the door opening. Who is it? Luo Qianxue suddenly shivered, got up, looked at the dark room, and shouted coldly. Pavilion Master, it's me. A low voice came from the darkness. In the place where the voice came from, there was a pair of green eyes. Qin Feiyang? Luo Qianxue was surprised. She took out a fire roll from the bedside, blew it, and looked at the door through the weak light. There was a man and a wolf standing there. It was Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. Pavilion Master, please forgive me for visiting so late at night. After Qin Feiyang closed the door, he cupped his hands and said with a smile. Luo Qianxue looked at Qin Feiyang strangely, got out of bed, walked to the table in a nightgown, lit the candle, and then sat on the stool, asking, Why are you here so late at night? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded, walked to the opposite side of Luo Qianxue, and was about to speak. Bang! At this moment, the door was shaken open by a huge force. Luo Qizhu ran in with a worried face. She was sleeping next door, and Luo Qianxue's shout woke her up. She thought that someone was going to plot against her mother, so she ran over in a hurry. But as soon as she entered the room, she was stunned. How could it be Qin Feiyang and Wolf King? Qin Feiyang also turned to look at her, and he almost had a nosebleed. He hurriedly looked away. Because the nightgown on Luo Qingzhu was translucent. Although her undergarments could not be clearly seen, it was precisely because they were somewhat hazy and indistinct that it was even more alluring. Uncle Yuan often taught him not to listen to indecent things and not to look at indecent things. So, he definitely couldn't look. The atmosphere now was a bit awkward. Luo Qianxue also didn't expect that her daughter would break in at this time. After a short pause, she said, Qingzhu, go and change your clothes. Ah! Luo Qingzhu screamed. Only now did she realize the main point. Her cheeks instantly turned red, and she hurriedly turned and ran out in a panic. Luo Qianxue frowned, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, How are you going to solve this? What's the matter? Qin Feiyang asked. Playing dumb with me? Do you believe that I won't dig out your eyeballs now? A trace of cold light appeared in Luo Qianxue's eyes. Pavilion Master, this. Qin Feiyang was a bit at a loss. Although Luo Qingzhu broke in without saying a word and he didn't see clearly, he still saw it. Pavilion Master, if you insist on pursuing the matter, I will take responsibility until the end. After thinking for a long time, Qin Feiyang thought of this sentence. After all, He was still inexperienced and didn't know how to deal with this sudden situation. Take responsibility? Hearing such a childish answer and looking at Qin Feiyang's aggrieved face, Luo Qianxue really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, it's not your fault. I won't pursue the matter. Tell me, why are you looking for me? Luo Qianxue asked. Qin Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief and cupped his hands, saying, I want to buy 1,000 qi-gathering pills, but I only have 2,000 gold coins now. Can I use other things to pay? According to the market price, 2,000 gold coins was just right. But the price of Treasure Pavilion was more expensive than the market price, so it was still a little short. Luo Qianxue asked curiously, Tell me, what valuable things do you have? Clang! Qin Feiyang took out a large pile of weapons from his Qianquan bag. These were all from the Black Demon stronghold and were not divine weapons. It was useless to keep them, so it was better to sell them. Just these scrap metals? Luo Qianxue frowned. I only have these. By the way, I also have dozens of bone-replenishing pills and healing pills. If Pavilion Master doesn't mind, I will give them all to you. Qin Feiyang looked embarrassed. How shabby! A dignified prince of the Grand Qin Empire had actually fallen to such a state. It was truly lamentable and laughable. Pfft! Luo Qianxue looked at Qin Feiyang and finally couldn't help laughing. Okay, I don't want the healing pills and bone-replenishing pills. You will inevitably hurt your muscles and bones when you travel outside. Keep them for yourself. As for this pile of scrap metals, I will reluctantly accept it. Wait for me here. Don't run around. Luo Qianxue finished speaking, put away the pile of weapons, got up, and walked outside. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked her. No need to thank me. After all, I misunderstood you first and almost hurt you. I am already very satisfied that you don't blame me. Luo Qianxue smiled and left quickly. In this world there are still good people, right, Brother Wolf? Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Chapter 40. Not long after, Luo Qianxue took out a Qianquan bag and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Then, she briefly told Qin Feiyang about the current situation of the Lin family. Qin Feiyang thanked her and left the treasure pavilion with Wolf King. As for Luo Qinzhu, she did not appear again. However, this was also good. After that incident, when the two of them met, there would definitely be awkwardness. Lin family? The door was tightly closed and it was quiet. Now that there were two war kings guarding it, there was no need for anyone to guard it. Qin Feiyang stopped on the street in front of the door and looked at the tightly closed door, his eyes flickering. Evil people will be dealt with by evil people. Lin Chan, you reap what you sow. But don't worry, I will help you take good care of Yi. Brother Wolf, let's go. A man and a wolf quickly left Iron Ox Town and entered a forest. Inside the castle, Qin Feiyang poured out all the qi-gathering pills and said with a smile, Brother Wolf, you can refine them as you wish. Aoo! Wolf King growled and did not hold back at all. He directly picked one up and swallowed it. Qin Feiyang smiled, walked to the front of the iron box, and saw the envelope again. Strange. Why would Uncle Yuan leave an envelope here? He frowned. There was not a single word on the envelope. He did not understand whether Uncle Yuan left it for him or not. Whatever, even if it's Uncle Yuan's privacy, I'll take a look. He shouldn't blame me. After a moment of silence, he made up his mind, grabbed the envelope, carefully opened it, and poured out a letter. Qin Feiyang picked up the letter and opened it suspiciously. Immediately, lines of small words entered his sight. Feiyang, Uncle Yuan has left. Uncle Yuan can't accompany you on the road ahead, but Uncle Yuan believes that you will definitely be strong enough to continue on. Seeing this content, Qin Feiyang's face suddenly turned pale. He continued to read. Feiyang, Uncle Yuan knows that when you see this letter, you will definitely be very sad. However, the fish will have to return to the ocean in the end and face unknown dangers alone. Uncle Yuan can't accompany you forever. You have to remember what Uncle Yuan told you every day. You may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. Don't trust anyone easily. No matter how desperate the situation is, we can't give up so easily. Actually, in these 5 years, Uncle Yuan has been tempering you. You didn't disappoint Uncle Yuan, climbing out of despair time and time again. With your current abilities, you are completely capable of standing on your own. Don't worry about Uncle Yuan, and don't look for him either. When the time comes, Uncle Yuan will naturally appear before you. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang was completely dumbfounded. The letter slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground, but he was completely unaware of it. Uncle Yuan actually left without saying goodbye. He found it hard to accept this fact. In the past, Uncle Yuan had told him countless times that he would never abandon him. But now, not only had he had left without a sound. Uncle Yuan, why did you lie to me? Since you can't do it, why did you give me a promise and give me hope? He squatted on the ground, holding his head with both hands, and his face was full of pain. 5 years ago, that big change caused him to be expelled from the imperial capital and lose everything. But with Uncle Yuan accompanying him, he still had a trace of warmth in his heart. But now, even Uncle Yuan had left. He was now completely alone. At this moment, his heart was in an unprecedented panic. He was afraid of being alone. He didn't know what to do next. Right now, he was like a headless fly that had lost his goal and direction. Wolf King also quickly noticed his abnormality, stopped cultivating, walked to his side, and looked at him in confusion. Brother Wolf, Uncle Yuan has left. What should I do? Qin Feiyang looked at Wolf King helplessly. No matter how mature his mind was, how strong his character was, he was still just an underage child. He also had a weak side. Wolf King was slightly stunned, raised his foreleg, and gently patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder, as if to comfort him, with a questioning look in his eyes. I don't know why Uncle Yuan left. He didn't tell me when he would come back. Qin Feiyang shook his head, looking dazed, which made Wolf King a little anxious. Oh! It roared at Qin Feiyang, as if it was trying to express something. However, Qin Feiyang couldn't understand at all. Wolf King was silent for a while, then suddenly bit his foreleg, blood gushed out, and then he actually wrote a line of bloody words on the ground in front of Qin Feiyang. You have to work hard, don't let Uncle Yuan down. These words were crooked and almost indistinguishable. But in Qin Feiyang's eyes, it made his body and mind tremble. Yes. Uncle Yuan had placed all his hopes on him. In these 5 years, he had put in a lot of effort to teach him. He couldn't give up on himself. Moreover, he didn't have the right to give up on himself now. Brother Wolf, thank you. He regained his confidence, picked up the letter, and continued to read. Feiyang, you must grow up as soon as possible. Because your mother is still waiting for you in the Imperial Palace. Haven't you always wanted to know the origin of the marrow cleansing pill and the Chan Shui? Uncle Yuan will tell you now, it was your mother who secretly gave it to me when we left the Imperial capital. One last thing, you must remember it in your heart. Don't tell anyone your true identity. Before returning to the Imperial capital, let these secrets rot in your stomach. Remember, remember. That was all the content of the letter. Mother! Qin Feiyang hurriedly took out the Chan Shui. He didn't expect that this dagger was left to him by his mother. No wonder Uncle Yuan told him to keep it well. Mother, it's been 5 years, how are you? Son, I really miss you. He looked at the Chan Shui, and his eyes gradually became moist. Suddenly, a fierce light burst out from his eyes. He suddenly got up, clenched his big hand, and the letter suddenly turned into flying ash. Mother, you must wait for me, I'll be back soon. At this moment, his confidence, fighting spirit, all came back. He put down all distracting thoughts, turned around, opened the iron box, and concentrated on copying the second stroke of the word, return. Time flew. 10 days later. Qin Feiyang withdrew his fingers, and his brows were tightly knitted together. In these 10 days, he didn't eat or drink, and consumed a total of 1,500 chi-gathering pills, but he was still a little short from copying the second stroke. The first stroke consumed 500 chi-gathering pills. The second stroke, he hadn't succeeded until now, and estimated that it would consume 2,000 chi-gathering pills. Such a terrifying consumption, for the current Qin Feiyang, was too heavy a burden. More importantly, the 3,000 gold coins that he snatched from Chao Lang had been used up. If he wanted to master the word, return, as soon as possible, he had to find more gold coins. As for the other 500 chi-gathering pills, they were refined by Wolf King. Because of this, its strength was further improved. But its progress was like a flying leap. Right now, it possessed the strength of 3 barbarian elephants. This made Qin Feiyang envious. After leaving the castle, Qin Feiyang looked at Wolf King reluctantly and said, "Brother Wolf, I'm afraid we have to part ways." "Ayo!" Wolf King growled, as if asking him why. "I need a lot of gold coins, but in the area of Iron Ox Town, there is nothing valuable at all. The most valuable thing is those fierce beasts, but even if I kill all of them, it's far from enough. I'm going to Black Bear City to try my luck," Qin Feiyang said. Black Bear City was a small city nearby, with a population of hundreds of thousands. Whether it was prosperity or economy, Iron Ox Town couldn't compare. Moreover, the Lin family had 2 war kings guarding it. If he stayed here, he would be on tenterhooks all day. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Wolf King lowered his head and remained silent. "Sigh." Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and laughed. "Brother Wolf, we'll meet again." Finished. He turned around, pretending to be free and easy, and ran into the forest without looking back. In fact, he felt very uncomfortable. Although he hadn't been with Wolf King for long, they had gone through thick and thin together. In his heart, he had long regarded Wolf King as his most important friend in life. However, there was no banquet in the world that did not end. Sooner or later they would have to part. "Ayo!" A loud wolf howl came from behind. "I will come back, because I promised you that I would bring you to flatten the Lin family in Yen City." Qin Feiyang muttered and turned around to look behind him. But just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly saw a white figure flying through the air like lightning. It was Wolf King. "Brother Wolf, don't send me off." Qin Feiyang laughed. Wolf King ran in front of him and put on an arrogant posture, as if to say, "Who wants to send you off?" "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at it in confusion. "Ayo!" Wolf King ran in front of him, growled at him, then turned around and continued to run. Qin Feiyang chased after him, pondered for a long time, and asked in surprise, "Brother Wolf, you can't be thinking of going to Black Bear City with me?" Wolf King grinned at him. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. "Ha ha, ayo!" One man and one wolf ran wildly, laughing wantonly in the forest. The wolf howled. At this moment, their friendship was further sublimated. 6 hours later, they arrived in front of a dilapidated mountain ridge. This place was called Iron Ox Ridge. It was the only place near Iron Ox Town where berserk beasts were concentrated. Originally, Qin Feiyang wanted to hunt a few berserk beasts on the way and see if there were any rare treasures. However, he didn't expect that it would be destroyed by the Lin family of Yen City. As far as the eye could see, there wasn't even a shadow of a berserk beast. Helpless, one man and one wolf crossed the mountains and continued to move forward. 2 days later, they finally walked out of the mountain and entered a desolate forest. In the desolate forest, there were many berserk beasts, but their strength was not very good. Either they were scared away by them, or they died under the fangs of Wolf King. And at the end of the desolate forest, there was a huge city, covering an area of hundreds of miles, majestic and spectacular. That was Black Bear City. Bang, bang, bang! Clang, clang, clang! A man and a wolf galloped towards the city, but the sound of fighting suddenly entered their ears. Qin Feiyang stopped and carefully distinguished. The sound came from the left. "Let's go and take a look." A man and a wolf galloped away. 10 breaths later. They stopped on a hillside and looked ahead. There was a valley in front of them, surrounded by cliffs on all sides, and only a narrow entrance and exit. The sound of fighting came from the valley. Chapter 41. If someone is fighting, there must be some unexpected wealth. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. For him now, there was nothing he desired more than money. Woo-woo! Wolf King sniffed hard and growled at Qin Feiyang, looking quite excited. Brother Wolf, did you find anything? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Wolf King nodded and ran quietly toward the entrance. Qin Feiyang was very confident in Wolf King's sense of smell. He hurried to catch up. In the valley, 2 young men about 18 or 19 years old were fighting fiercely. Saber light and sword shadows were extremely fierce. Gusts of wind swept in all directions. Both of them only had eyes for each other. They didn't notice that one man and one wolf had sneaked into the valley and were hiding behind a rock, looking at them. Their strength is not very good, Qin Feiyang observed for a moment, and came to this conclusion. Both of them were 9-star martial artists. The weapons in their hands were not much different. They were neck and neck. If they continued fighting like this, both of them would suffer. But why were the 2 of them fighting each other here? And it seemed that both of them wanted to kill each other. He looked around suspiciously. His eyes suddenly locked on a small mound on the left. There was a gorgeous flower on the mound. That flower was completely pink, and it was as big as a baby's fist. It was emitting a pink mist, and it was suffused with a fragrance that could make one's heart go crazy. Why does it look familiar? Qin Feiyang muttered. Suddenly, he thought of something. That was the blissful flower. It was the most important material to refine the blissful pill. The blissful pill had the miraculous effect of nourishing yang and nourishing the kidney. Therefore, it was highly recommended by men. Especially those rich and powerful men who had many wives and concubines. They would have several at home at any time. It was also because of this that the blissful pill was very expensive. The market price was basically more than 200 gold coins, which was 100 times more than the qi-gathering pill. And as the main material, the blissful flower was naturally expensive. At the very least, he could buy it for 100 gold coins. I met a blissful flower as soon as I arrived. Looks like I made the right choice in coming to Black Bear City. Qin Feiyang was secretly delighted. As long as he could obtain this blissful flower, it would be equivalent to obtaining 50 energy-gathering pills. This was truly an unexpected gain. Brother Wolf, let's go. Qin Feiyang chuckled and rushed to the small mound in a few strides. There's someone else? Seeing Qin Feiyang suddenly jump out, the 2 young men couldn't help but be stunned. How dare you! Stop! Following closely, the 2 of them let out a fierce shout. Facing a common enemy, they raised their weapons and slashed towards Qin Feiyang. So! But at this moment, Wolf King appeared in front of the 2 like a bolt of lightning, baring his fangs and revealing an ominous glint in his eyes. Bastard, you're courting death! However, the 2 of them did not stop. Their target was Wolf King. The sharp sword and broadsword in their hands emitted a terrifying sharpness. Wolf King's eyes were filled with disdain. When the sharp sword and broadsword were close to each other, it opened its bloody mouth and revealed its dense fangs. Then, with a fierce bite, the 2 incomparably hard weapons were directly bitten off by it. The 2 of them were dumbfounded on the spot. Even swords made of black iron could be bitten off. Weren't its fangs too terrifying? It was definitely not a simple wolf. Run! The 2 of them had this thought in their minds at the same time and turned to escape. Qin Feiyang said, Brother Wolf, stop them. Oh, woo! Wolf King roared and quickly caught up with the 2 of them, blocking the entrance. The 2 of them immediately fell into despair. They didn't dare to move at all. Wolves were not only ferocious creatures, but also very cold-blooded. A person who could be brothers with a wolf was definitely not a good person. This time, they were really unlucky. They didn't get the blissful flower and instead encountered such a strange combination. They were afraid that they would lose their lives here. Qin Feiyang uprooted the blissful flower and put it into his qiankun bag. Then, he turned to look at the two of them and grinned. Originally, I didn't intend to make things difficult for you, but who told you to attack me first? How about this? Leave all the gold coins and I'll let you go. What? All the gold coins? The two of them suddenly had bitter faces. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Do you think it's too little? Then just leave your qiankun bag. No. We'll give it to you. The two of them hurriedly shook their heads, took out their qiankun bags, and poured out a large pile of gold coins. There were more than 100 gold coins, and they were extremely tempting. The smile on Qin Feiyang's face became brighter and brighter. This Black Bear town was not only a place with outstanding people, but even a mere 9-star martial artist had so many gold coins. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before they could gather 1,000 gold coins. Brother Wolf, let them go. After all, we are all good people. We have to keep our word. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Good people? When the two young men heard this, they almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Not only did they snatch their blissful flower, but they also looted all their property. Could they still be considered good people? It seemed that bandits were nothing more than this. They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen such shameless people. However, the two of them dared not speak out. They lowered their heads and ran outside as if they were running for their lives. Qin Feiyang walked to the pile of gold coins. Suddenly he thought of something and shouted, Wait! Brother, what else do you want to do? We've given you all the gold coins. If you don't believe me, you can check our qiankun bags. The two of them had a long face and almost knelt down. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Don't be so nervous. I just want to ask, is there anything valuable around here? Valuable things? The two of them were taken aback and thought carefully. One of them said, There are a lot of valuable things, but it depends on the opportunity. Opportunity was equivalent to luck. Luck was a bit unreliable. Qin Feiyang asked, Do you have any ready-made ones? Brother, how can there be a free lunch in this world? The two of them smiled bitterly. One of them suddenly said, I thought of a place, but I don't know if you dare to go. Where? Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. That person said, 2 miles to the south, there's a medicinal field. There are all kinds of strange flowers and herbs. If you have the ability, I guarantee that you'll become rich overnight. Medicinal field! Qin Feiyang's spirit was lifted. He asked, How many strange flowers and herbs are there? That person thought for a while and said, About a few thousand. However, it's very dangerous there. I advise you not to go. Thank you. We'll meet again. Qin Feiyang smiled and kept the gold coins. Then, he brought Wolf King and ran towards the south. They really went there? That's the Pill Hall's medicinal field. Did they eat a leopard's guts? Isn't it better this way? If they anger the Pill Hall, they'll definitely die. So you purposely told them to send them to their deaths. Of course. The flower of bliss and our gold coins are not that easy to take away. However, why do I feel that the man looks a little familiar? Familiar? He does look a little familiar. I remember now. Isn't he Qin Feiyang on the wanted list? Damn it. He's worth 10,000 gold coins. Quickly chase after him. We can't let him go to the medicinal field. Otherwise, those stingy bastards from the Pill Hall will benefit. The two young men hurriedly ran out of the valley. However, with their speed, how could they catch up with them? Qin Feiyang and Wolf King had already disappeared without a trace. Inside a forest. Brother Wolf, medicinal fields usually belong to the Pill Hall or some big families. You have to be careful later. Qin Feiyang warned. As a prince, he knew some things like the back of his hand. When he heard the two words medicinal field, he already knew the motive of those two people. However, it didn't matter. As long as he knew in advance and took precautions, the danger wouldn't be that great. Moreover, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Half an hour later, Qin Feiyang and Wolf King climbed to the top of a mountain that was about 100 zhang high. Looking around, the mountains were overlapping and the ancient trees were verdant. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the mountain on the right. His eyes were shining. About 200 meters away, there was a piece of land that had been cultivated. Many strange flowers and herbs were neatly planted there. They swayed in the wind and emitted rays of light. It was as if they were waving at Qin Feiyang. That was the medicinal field. Beside it, there was a waterfall that flowed down. Even from afar, they could hear the sound of the waterfall. Around the medicinal field, there was a clear stream. Fishes could be seen swimming in the water. There's indeed a lot! Qin Feiyang was extremely excited. When he was young, he read a lot of books. He more or less knew about all kinds of rare treasures. And that medicinal field, in addition to the medicinal herbs used to refine the body-tempering pill and the qi-gathering pill, there were also a few more precious medicinal herbs. Preliminarily, if he could loot this medicinal field, he would be able to get at least 5,000 gold coins. However, he didn't dare to act rashly. Because in the left corner of the medicinal field, there was a small wooden building. On the balcony, an old man in black was half lying on a chair. He was drinking wine and humming a tune while monitoring the situation of the medicinal field. This person's aura was unfathomable. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment. Thinking of luring the tiger away from the mountain, he said in a low voice, "Brother Wolf, howl with all your strength and see if you can lure him over." After saying that, he lay down in the grass. Oh! Wolf King gathered his chi for a moment, and let out a loud howl towards the medicinal field. It shocked everyone. Then, Wolf King was also lying in the forest. The old man in black frowned and looked at the top of the mountain where the man and the wolf were. A wolf cub dares to yell at this old man, "You're courting death." Although he didn't see Wolf King, he was full of killing intent. In the blink of an eye, a bright beam of light cut through the sky, carrying a terrifying destructive power, and shot towards the top of the mountain. "It's battle chi! Brother Wolf, retreat!" Qin Feiyang's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly turned around and rushed down the mountain without looking back. Wolf King also didn't dare to be negligent. But before they could run down, the battle chi suddenly blasted towards the top of the mountain. Accompanied by a loud bang, the top of the mountain instantly split into pieces. Pieces of rocks of different sizes rolled towards the man and the wolf, crushing everything in their path. Bang, bang, bang! Qin Feiyang and Wolf King immediately used their true qi to continuously crush the rocks. They spent a lot of effort to escape from this place. But in the meantime, you're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.